Oh, what are you doing? Your eyes great. All right, we are live.
Don't put it in your.
No, don't put it in my cup. Just finish it.
No.
Finish eating it. Stop. All right, you put it in my cup. Well, I see that. All right, we are live. Your favorite racist person in the world. I was watching Nux earlier. It has been a rough day. Weather has not been kind. Moving around a little too much. Baby doesn't like being still, man. I did see some stuff on X that I wanted to talk about. Maybe we'll see if I can pull up. Yeah. Pull up stuff.
And the immigration and stuff like that. White people, if you are white and you're listening to this, listen very closely. Lately I've been seeing many of you complaining about Islam and the immigration and stuff like that. And I'm going to separate the white people in two categories. The Americans, Canadians and Australians do not count because they are white people that live in a country that's not theirs. You guys have invaded those lands from the right.
And so have Muslims.
So when you guys get back to Europe, then we can talk. But for the European white people complaining about immigration and Islam, first of all, I want to tell you that Islam is going to take over every single square inch of the globe.
It is not.
And you guys...
Because it is a dying religion and will continue to die as long as we expose it. Eli, can you be quiet? No yelling.
You might think that it's going to be us, dark-skinned people, that are going to take over. No, it's going to be your own people. As you can see how fast Islam is growing.
Islam is only growing because of birth rates.
Every white person is going to have a Muslim.
White people need to make more babies.
Nowadays you see white Europeans with blue eyes and blonde hair reverting back to the truth because they have finally seen the truth. And the thing
they've seen the lie.
There's nothing you guys can do to stop it.
It is a lie.
As much as you want. And I want to thank the Western media for spreading Islam. A lot of weak-minded Muslims think that the media is picking on us and bullying us, but really and truly the Western media is working with us.
Some of it is jam.
Succeeded in spreading Islam, but intentionally. And a lot of people did not know about Islam, but nowadays we are the most talked about religion.
Yeah, because it's the biggest religion, trying to rule the world by sword, and that sword's going to cut them soon.
For spreading the truth. And so I want to say there's nothing you guys can do to stop Islam. Nothing. And also, just to add it, the weak Muslims are the ones... Yeah, just to add it, sorry about the noise, just to add, it's the weak Muslims that always talk about Islam being a religion of peace. Islam is not, it's not a religion of peace. It does not mean peace. It means to submit to Allah, and it is a religion of justice.
No, it's a religion of war.
So-called Muslims, the cowards of this ummah, that claim that Muslims are religion of peace. I want to clarify that
it's not.
Islam is a religion of justice.
Not of justice either.
Peaceful, but when it comes to it, we know how to defend our land, our religion.
No, you guys know how to invade. And you will fail, because we are going to expose you all. We will expose Islam for what it is. A lie. Oh yeah, did you see this chunk?
the embassy in Beirut, and including many Americans. So I just feel it's quite inappropriate.
You are an Islamophobe, and although you live here, I want you to know as mayor, you are not welcome here. And the day you move out of the city will be the day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city, because you are not somebody who believes in coexistence.
Dearborn needs restructured.
Bombed the embassy in Beirut, and including many Americans. So I just feel.
Only somebody had warned people like 15 years ago what was happening in Dearborn. Yeah, David Wood was there. He did. He exposed it. Nobody cared. Free, tolerant, and decent country, but we are in the fight of our times. We must choose patriotic nation over new, over decline, and toxic division every time. I walk the streets of London with millions of patriots that loved England, while they proudly carried their flag. England belongs to the English. Anyone that has a problem with the British flag and British culture should leave. That includes you. Ooh, Valentina, she is fun. Yeah, this person's stupid. Podcaster Steve Bennell, who also goes online by moniker Destiny, also calls for conservatives to be killed. Yeah, he's a full whack job. More often, so they will be afraid to attend events or speak out. No, conservatives need to speak out. Conservatives need to be louder than ever right now. Conservatives are getting killed when they go to events. What do you say? Bring it on. I have dear old Candace. David, do not make me release the correspondence between me and Charlie had about you recently. Yeah, Candace is evil, evil, evil. I have no idea what happened to her, other than she had a baby and went crazy.
Resolution is as follows. House Resolution 713. Censuring Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota and removing her from the Committee on Education and Workforce and the Committee on the Budget. Charlie Kirk was a lifelong advocate for freedom of speech, civil political discourse, and the political engagement of youth. Whereas Charlie Kirk was a man of
Eli, stop yelling.
and a father to 2 young children. Whereas on September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was assassinated on the campus of Utah Valley University while exercising his First Amendment right to freedom of speech. Whereas on September 11, 2025, one day after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, Representative Ilhan Omar gave an interview on Zateo's town hall with Mehdi Hassan in which she smeared Charlie Kirk and implied he was to blame for his own murder. Whereas on September 12, 2025, 2 days after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, Representative Ilhan Omar reposted a video on X, formerly known as Twitter, which disparaged the character of Charlie Kirk and those mourning his death. Whereas the video Representative Ilhan Omar reposted on X states Charlie Kirk is dead, and before the body got cold, the far right propped his corpse up as a cudgel for their holy war. Whereas
He's
the
a
video
martyr.
Representative Ilhan Omar reposted on X further states, don't be fooled. These people don't give a single shit about Charlie Kirk. They're just using his death to further their Christo-fascist agenda. Whereas the video
That
Representative
language,
Ilhan Omar
man.
posted on
They're
X
really
further
like making
states
us out to
Charlie
look like
Kirk
as evil as possible,
was a
huh?
reprehensible human being. He enacted his political agenda by preying on weak-minded people. He took complex socioeconomic issues.
So you're
and
saying
simplified them by
college
pointing
students are
fingers
weak-minded people?
at out-groups, demonizing those
Liberal
groups,
arts, that's where you're
and
supposed to
sticking
challenge
his
ideas.
massive following on them. Whereas the video Representative Ilhan Omar reposted on X further states Charlie Kirk was a stochastic terrorist.
No,
an
it
adamant
wasn't.
Transphobe. He denied the genocide happening
Nothing
in
to fear with
Palestine.
trans
He
people,
believed the
except for them
subjugation
taking their
of
own
women,
lives.
And in his last dying words, he was spewing racist dog whistles. Whereas the video Representative Ilhan Omar reposted on X further states, Charlie Kirk was Dr. Frankenstein, and his monster shot him through the neck.
Wasn't
Whereas the
his
video
monster, it was the
Representative
left's
Ilhan Omar
monster.
reposted on X
The
further
left
blamed
created these
Charlie
people,
Kirk
and they continue to
for
encourage
his
these people.
own
It's ridiculous.
murder. Whereas Clause 1 of Rule 13 of the Rules of the House of Representatives provides a member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee of the House shall behave at all times in a manner that shall reflect credibility on the House. Whereas
It doesn't.
Representative Ilhan Omar's
House is a
actions in the
joke
wake
anymore
of the
with
assassination of Charlie Kirk
these
are reprehensible.
non-civil
And
or
affect the
civil,
dignity
non-U.S.
and
born
integrity of the
people
proceedings
trying to
of the
run our
House do not reflect the
civilization
credibility
from
on
their
the House.
wheelchair.
Now therefore be it resolved that Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota be censured. Representative Ilhan Omar forthwith present herself in the
and
well of the House
AOC.
of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. Representative Ilhan Omar be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker, and Representative Ilhan Omar be and is hereby removed from the Committee on Education and Workforce and removed from the Committee on the Budget of the House.
Amen.
Resolution
I
offered
second.
from the floor by a member other than the majority leader.
Yeah, what's Kimmy spewing?
With the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize
Kimmy.
this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief. Construction. Demolition.
Yeah, what a joke, Jimmy. Much as a joke as he is, what a clown.
This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish.
What a clown.
You know, like, imagine not really having any curiosity about deeper and more expansive concepts. Everything's just like handed to them and they go, oh, okay, like my grandpappy didn't like black people, so I guess I don't either. Like,
No.
that's so fucking boring. Like, no
You're
real
stupid.
exploration of what it means to be a person or meeting other
I think the right is more logical
outside of
than the
your
left anymore.
sad, boring, hateful little bubble.
At one point, I used to think Destiny had some
I think
logic.
it's kind of sad. It's a little pitiful.
Not right
I'm
now.
so glad I don't have to be like that.
It's these
You should
women
be
that are
glad you
ruining
don't
the
have to be like
country.
that. As you
You know what the first mistake our country did was? Giving women the right to vote. At this point. I think things need to be switched around. Head of household should be the one to vote for the family, and that should be it. But I highly doubt anything like that would pass. Let's fired over 5,000 FBI employees. I think that's false. If I remember reading the fact check on this last time. Yeah. Nancy Pelosi. Yeah. Oh yeah, here's the script. This is what I wanted to read. I don't think he has the full thing, does he? Let's make sure. Oh, Diva. Dog just knocking everything all over the place. Anyway, so here's the note. Robinson, I'm still okay, my love, talking to his gay whatever boyfriend. But I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I'd hope to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. You weren't the one who did it, right? I am, I'm sorry. I thought they caught the person. No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Why did I do it? Yeah, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I have left no evidence, going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. How long have you been planning this? A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back my grandpa's rifle. Yeah, okay. I don't know if I had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about Prince. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. I didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope that I don't find Prince. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? The only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The effing messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge, ooh on Fox News, I might have a stroke. Alright, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really effing sucks. Yeah. Strongly towards the theory that this text exchange was scripted as a way to absolve the boyfriend. So almost exactly what Walter White did at the end of Breaking Bad. This feels like a strategy they cooked up from watching too much TV. Yep, it does. I think they need to interrogate that roommate more. That is too scripted. And too, like, disgusting almost. Look how despicable the left is. Look how despicable they are. Oh, that's a good bit of people. Yep. No, AOC is not attractive. Soon enough, all you end up like your boy Charlie. Wow. A disgrace. Disgrace of a human being. That's beautiful. And then they go and desecrate it like that. Oh, those are candles. Visual candles. Is a man?
Not use public facilities.
Oh, it's a man.
Wait till you get home. Only use single stall restroom. See, here's the issue with that. Trans women are women.
No, they're not.
That's the issue.
They can try to trick themselves all they want.
Now,
they're not women.
To not be okay with that. Yeah, that's your choice. But then you know what you can do? Not use public facilities. Wait till you get home. Only use single stall restrooms. The things that you tell us to do, you can do that then, if it bothers you so much. To possibly be in the bathroom with a trans person who's in a stall with a closed door. If that bothers you that much, then wait till you get home. See, here's
you're all disgusting pigs.
Trans women.
Yes, she should have her citizenship revoked because apparently she married her brother. These are the people injured from the pagers. just got me banned from Twitch. My entire income is gone now. So much for the party of free speech. Twitch is committed to keeping our community safe for everyone, and as a part of that, we require all users to ensure that anything shared on their account abides by Twitch terms and services and good. Oh, when was the share? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Oh, these are the new mechs.
Lady Camilla, Master has arranged everything. Please, come with us. Master Camilla, Lady Camilla is on her way. Will arrive on time.
Target confirmed. Stick to the plan and keep the package safe.
How do you know? Are you gonna listen?
Damn it!
Hollow.
Got duped.
Now.
Yeah, Narukami. I like playing Narukami. Narukami was awesome. That's pretty cool.
I'd stay longer, but I don't belong here.
Lady Camilla, stay put. We're coming to get you.
Pretty cool. Another card for White American. What? Yeah, this jerk. Oh, he's been expelled from Tennessee University for celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination. Good. Now he's a clown. So she should hit him up on Grindr. He has some extra time now. People are horrible. I wasn't sad about the death of Charlie Kirk and lost 11K followers for saying it. But don't feel bad for him because he doesn't want those kind of people around him anyway. Oh, what a joke. Shame on the grifters and opportunists who have used Charlie Kirk's murder to further their own agendas. For contrary to what he believed, shame on those who hated him while he lived and now act as if he was on their side. Disgusting. Yeah, it's Nick Fuentes. Not a fan of that dude. Not whatsoever. He needs a little bit of a light bulb moment. Yeah, there is a wrath coming to this world. Anything with his rifle? Remember how he was engraving bullets? I think that gun does just fine. I don't know. I think that was a $2K scope. What a joke of a scope too. It wasn't. Delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. Since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. No, he wasn't. One of my neighbors. Here's a deputy for the sheriff. Again, you're all I worry about. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any, please ask any questions. Ask for a lawyer. Stay silent. His roommate squealed.
Took place. The roommate. Police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson.
Yeah, well,
the roommate told police that the
disgusting.
Roommate received messages from Robinson about the shooting, and he did provide those messages to police. On September 10th, 2025, the roommate received a text message from Robinson which said, "Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, quote, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." Police found a photograph of this note. The following text exchange, then took place. After reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" Robinson, "I am still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve
Which was never going to happen.
Roommate, you weren't the one who did it,
Some of
right?
the people are looking for it.
Robinson, I'm sorry. Roommate, I thought they caught the person. Robinson, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated.
Yeah, who was involved in a lot of other
I had
prank.
planned to grab my rifle from my drop
crap.
point shortly after. But most
And
of
then there
that
are some
site
jihadis that were trying to blow up the Fox News van, too.
It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Roommate, why? Robinson, why did I do it? Roommate, yeah. Robinson, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Roommate, how long have you been planning this? Robinson, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to
I
it,
think
but
this
there
roommate's
is a squad
involved.
car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. Robinson again, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. IDEK if it's had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the
And
F
prints
will
all
I
over those
explain losing it to my
bullets
old
too.
man? Only thing I left
That he
was the
decided to
raffle,
engrave.
was the rifle.
He
wrapped
might
in
have
a
wiped them
towel.
off though.
Remember how I was engraving bullets? The F in messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notice bulge UWU on Fox News, I might have a stroke all right. I'm going to have to leave it. That really effing sucks. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine, IDK. I think that was a $2K scope. Wink,
You can
wink.
tell how uneducated these people are.
Robinson again.
Nobody thinks for
delete this
themselves.
exchange.
Nobody does the research anymore on their
Robinson,
own.
My dad wants photos of the
Like,
rifle. He says
eesh.
Grandpa wants to know who has
What happened?
The feds released a photo
What
of the
happened to
rifle,
people?
and it is very unique. He's calling me, RN, not answering. Robinson, since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. Robinson, I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. Again, you are all I worry about, love. That came from Robinson. Roommate, I'm much more worried about you. Robinson, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. The search for Robinson.
It's just angering. And then you got this idiot of a mayor from the UK.
I want to address the events of this weekend. On Saturday, Met officers once again put themselves on the line to keep Londoners safe and facilitate the right to protest.
That's because you guys are so... They supplied counter-protesters with signs and led them directly into the Unite the Kingdom march. They are responsible for whatever took place. That should not have.
Offer my heartfelt thoughts to those that were injured in the line of duty. I know that police in protest, especially of the sort we saw this
I don't think anybody was injured, and only 25 people were arrested.
On the Met. I was shocked by the violence officers faced, and I've been clear that it's completely unacceptable.
Yeesh.
I also want to take the opportunity to categorically reject
He's lying.
we saw on Capitol streets this weekend. As the far right attempts to sow hatred, fear, and division, I know many Londoners will be feeling scared. I want to be clear, everyone, no matter their race, faith, or background, is welcome here. Now's the time for us to come together as Londoners and proud Brits to reject the far right, as we have done many times before.
Yeah, it was. Well, you're getting better care. And people of your own nation. Why is that P not type all the time? I'm good. Yeah, here's the arrest. Notting Hill Carnival arrest, 423. Palestinian Action Protest, 890 arrests. London Protest Unite the Kingdom Rally, 25 arrests. And there were about 1 million people there. I would say 500,000 to 1 million. That's a great sign. Stop calling normal, proud citizens far right. We are the people, we are the voice, we are English.
All right, I'm not a Nazi. I just think our country needs to be taken back. The government needs to stop it and listen.
I don't think he's a racist. I think he's just trying to protect our country.
I think he's like Charlie Kirk, to be honest. He just speaks the truth and no one else wants to.
Yeah.
I think they have their own problem, to be honest. So that's their own problem. They have, sometimes they call someone because they have like problem inside themselves. So they're taking out to other people.
They're projecting.
I would say that.
I think you'll find he. Yeah, I think. Yeah, and I think you'll find he was right. He was the one that first brought up about the rape gangs. Who in their right mind thinks that's the right thing to happen to all our young children? It's not.
He's done his time. He's out and about, and he's speaking the truth. And the truth should always come through. What happened the other day
Yeah,
to
the truth will set you
Charlie
free.
Kirk is ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous to be shot
Yeah.
over.
Tell the truth. They know he's not a racist. If you've seen the panorama thing where he set them up, they were trying to make him out to be a racist. He's not a racist. He's not a womanizer. He's not anything like they say. He's a decent man, coming from a decent background, telling the
Who
truth.
cares about
That's what
his
we need to put out there, the
country?
truth, instead of all the bullshit people come out with about him.
No. There's people from all over that join these marches, and they're friendly, and he's got loads of friends that are from different cultures, nationalities. I think
Yeah.
it's a lie, and I think it's propagated by mainstream television, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, the BBC does not help.
You know, you can call anybody racist. It's not racist. What he's trying to do is he's trying to do what's right for this country. And he's asking people to show their support for him to get this country back for us. That's all. He's not racist.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, the dude's a failure. He's a failure of a mayor. Oh yeah, some nasty things were said to Phil. Says you soon. Phil Labot. He's on the Timcast. That's horrible. People are horrible. I reported the account, but Reddit is full of Destiny Ethan Klein pedophiles. Yeah. Well, this account is just an extreme account that should not exist. So, yeah. The comb. Hey, where'd that go? Stuff on. Okay.
Your phone?
Yeah. I had it in my hand. I don't know where I put it. It must have fallen on the blanket somewhere. That's okay. I was just making sure it wasn't going to be on her.
Okay.
I think it is. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
I know that. Hello, store. I found the comb. No. little star. She's sleepy. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Up above, way too high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, I wonder what you are. A little wah.
Just complaining.
Just wah. Just little wahs here and there. Okay. Unhappy baby time over. She just wants to be moved around. What the three Hammonds are gearing up to share more dirt on Charlie. Last night, Kim Son had a phenomenal podcast that is truly one for the ages. Do we have to watch this crap and see what she was talking about? At one point in this show, Candace asked that me and Tucker both disclose whatever information we have about Charlie's state of mind, specifically backstage at the big TP USA event. That's exactly what I did. I give all the info I have, including texts that Charlie sent me, with his thoughts on my debate with Douglas Murray and Israel in general. Typically, I would never share private text messages, but under the circumstances, it seemed like the right move. You disgust me, Dave Smith. This is the Musketeers at their service. Oh yeah. Unless it involves creating a false narrative against the Jews. Yep, exactly. I guess we have to see what Candace Owens was talking about. Let's get some context. I can't stand her anymore.
Well, it's going to be a heck of a Tuesday for us, guys. Where should we begin? I'll tell you this, something is not right. Something is not right. And I am going to need you, whoever it is listening to this podcast right now, to wake up. Because I am telling you, this is not a battle between left and right. We all thought that at some point. We believed that. You're my enemy, you're my enemy. It is not a battle between Russia, Ukraine. I don't care what your political issue of the day is. What is happening right now in the world and what just happened to my friend Charlie Kirk is a battle of sheer evil versus goodness. What do I have for you guys today? Okay, well, first and foremost, the indictment against Tyler Robinson was just released, and I have a lot of questions that I think need to be answered regarding his trans boyfriend, Lance Twiggs. Well, I just spoke to a family member who told me a lot about Lance Twiggs because the media is kind of presenting him as this do-gooder. You might be interested to know that his family has a different perspective. Also, Turning Point employees are contacting me, a lot of them, okay? And I am not liking what I am hearing from them about things that took place leading up to that Hamptons event, some changes at the organization in the months leading up to that event, and what had been happening more broadly at the company over the last year. Speaking of which, Bill Ackman, you may have caught that he responded to me about the Hamptons with a lot of words to really say nothing at all. And I want to be clear, I am not done, okay? I'm coming for everybody. Charlie Kirk's death is really just a beginning. So welcome back.
She's evil.
If you just tell me, I can set it.
Should be like 70 and like 72 to heat. So 70 is fine.
Heat to 70?
72 to heat. Oh, yeah, if it'll go that low, I doubt it will. Heat to 70. You got to click it to go to the next one. And click it again. Well, go to 7. Heat to 69. No, make it 74. Yeah, so do it. Yeah, and then change the other one to 70 if you can. There.
Let's start with some major updates regarding the Charlie Kirk case.
It's good. Leave it alone.
Alexa, stop.
First and foremost, what always stood out to us about this shooting was Decoy Boy, right? We're all on social media. We all watch the news. We have all, whether we wanted to or not, witnessed, thanks to social media and the news, a lot of shootings. A lot of shootings, whether it's gang-related or otherwise. And I have to say, I don't know if I'm the only one, never in my entire life have I seen a situation when a shooting happens and then somebody completely unrelated to the shooting that just happened jumps up and down and says that they did it and gets arrested for saying that they did it, implying that they did it. Well, for whatever reason, George Zinn, who is a 71-year-old man, was moved to do that, right? Instantly. Charlie Kirk gets shot. Suddenly, the 71-year-old man jumps up and creates what is obviously some sort of a distraction, okay? We have eyes, we can see that. That's not normal. He creates a distraction. So let's just take a look at this clip of him being arrested in the aftermath of the shooting. Well, now it's about to get even stranger because since he's been arrested, he's now facing charges of obstruction of justice because he didn't do it, right? Why would you do that? Why would you obstruct justice in this manner? And now, in addition to those charges, we learn that he's been harboring images of child abuse, okay? He has kiddie porn. This is the headline. I can't make this up. Man arrested for allegedly faking confession to Charlie Kirk's killing. George Zinn, accused of obstructing justice, was also booked in connection with images on his cell phone related to child abuse.
Disgusting man.
So we learn from this article that after being arrested, the 71-year-old man for this second-degree felony, which is obstruction of justice, he was also, when the police had approached him, he was being weird about giving them his cell phone, okay?
No
So they took him into
because he had stuff on it.
They treated him for a medical condition, and then they start asking this guy questions about, what are you doing? Can we see your cell phone? And he's being really cagey about giving over his cell phone. They're like, okay, we're trying to get to the bottom of why you would stand up and scream, shoot me, immediately following the aftermath of this murder.
Yeah, this is all
Okay.
stuff we know.
And what they discover is that when asked by an officer, okay, after they figure out that like he's not being cooperative, is that he has images. He has images of kiddie porn. There's no other way to say this, of related to child abuse on his cell phone. Now, what does that tell you about this guy? Okay, what does it tell you about George Zinn? What that signals to me about
he's a
George
psycho.
Zinn is that I've read a lot about Jeffrey Epstein. I've read a lot about blackmail operations. The people they tend to go after are people who are into children. Full stop. Now, I'm not saying, obviously, he's just been charged here, so I guess we have to say allegedly, but that's what's coming out now, that they found images on his cell phone. So this guy who is into this sort of thing, we also figure out that in the past, he has given interviews related to September 11th and Al-Qaeda. He is in Utah, and he is obstructing justice, and he also happens to have this totally disgusting addiction of some description. I'm assuming it's an addiction, and that's what he's harboring. He's harboring child abuse images on his phone. That's what I'm going to tell you. That's my instinct immediately. I don't like this guy. That is suspect, okay? Something to watch. Now, in terms of this indictment, now that we can formally read the indictment, there's been a lot that's been said that I think a lot of the miscommunication is perhaps coming from Governor Cox. I think he, in and of himself, I probably should look into Governor Cox. I'm not sure why he said some things that are apparently untrue. Maybe he misspoke. I understand there's a lot of pressure when it comes to this investigation. But let's just take us through this indictment. I think it's important for us to go through it so that we can see the setup here of what took place on September 10th. Now, first, they provide basically an overview in this indictment. It's a probable cause statement. They tell us that basically after 33 hours, they really love saying 33 hours. I don't know why they keep signaling that to us.
Because that was pretty quick
on September 11th,
compared to other
2025, when Tyler
captures.
James Robinson surrendered to police at Washington County Sheriff's Office. That
And
was
it's
when it
detail.
happened.
It is a detail.
They found DNA consistent with Robinson on the rifle trigger. After shooting Mr. Kirk, Robinson hid the gun. They're going to get into that. Discarded the clothing that he was wearing when he fired the rifle, and he told his lover/roommate to delete incriminating text messages and not to speak with police. And also, they will be charging him count 6 because children were present at the time of the shooting. Okay. Now, to get through this, we are told that the suspect, after this shooting took place, that there was a police officer who immediately looked upward and realized that he had heard the sign of a rifle, knew that it was obviously coming from the rooftops. They then began crawling through the footage to see what had happened. They tell us that this discovery led to an intensive review. Let me go actually back up to this paragraph. Police reviewed surveillance from the camera that was covering the roof and discovered that it recorded an individual that was dressed in dark clothing who had crossed the railing from the public walkway and dropped onto the roof at approximately 12:15 p.m. Now, just to very quickly, I'm going to just tell you, according to our timeline, we know that Charlie gets shot at 12:23 p.m. So they're now telling us that he was on that roof since 12:15 p.m. So he's setting up that shot, we can assume, for 12 paragraph. Police reviewed
surveillance from the camera revealing the roof and discovered that it recorded an individual dressed in dark clothing coming across the railing from the public walkway and dropped onto the roof. So he got to an upper level. The roof and then lowered crawl into the area the UVU officer recognized as a suspected sniper had dropped onto a prone shooting position after a short time, which matches the known time of the shot. The individual arose and ran across the roof to the northeast. This discovery led to an intense review of UVU surveillance, according to attempts to track and identify the suspect. Surveillance revealed the following. At approximately 11:51 a.m., the suspect entered campus from the north. He's seen wearing a black t-shirt with an American flag in its center, a dark baseball cap, and large sunglasses throughout the surveillance. Suspect keeps his head down and rarely raises his head enough to get a clear image of his face. As he proceeds across the campus, he is seen walking with an unusual gait. The suspect walks with very little bending in his right leg, consistent with the rifle being hidden in his pants. This unusual gait continues until the suspect is seen crossing the railing off the open walkway and onto the roof, where he leaves the camera's view. Camera later captures the suspect as he runs across the roof to the suspected shooting position. Immediately after the shot is fired, a camera captures the suspect running across the roof, carrying an item whose shape is consistent with the rifle. Suspect is then seen climbing down from the roof. He appears to drop the item he was carrying as he hits the ground in a controlled fall, and picks up the item and runs toward the northeast end of campus.
Surveillance from the camera that was clothing who had crossed the railing from 15 p.m. So they're now telling us that he was on that roof since 12:15 p.m. So he's setting up that.
Here maybe he got up. And here? Or is it up here? I was wondering how he got up here. Like, making it seem like maybe this was the area and he started climbing up on this and got up. Or maybe over here. How did he get up on the roof? Level 1, level 2. Must have been over here. Over here-ish. Or here. He's probably over here. Then you see him. Go down the back here. Run over here to the trees. Yeah. Okay.
Shot, we can assume, for about 8 minutes. Okay. It goes on, although the individual moved out of the camera's view for a short time, the camera again captured the individual running across the roof and then low crawling to the area that the officer had recognized as where the suspected sniper had dropped into a prone shooting position. After a short time, which matches the known time of the shot, the individual arose and then ran across the roof to the northeast. So nothing in here implies that he had, taken apart the shotgun. That just seems to be now removed from the narrative altogether.
Yeah, he didn't have to disassemble.
This discovery led to an intensive review of UVU surveillance recordings to attempt to track and identify the suspect. Surveillance revealed the following: that at approximately 11:51 a.m., the suspect had entered campus from the north. He is wearing a black shirt with an American flag in its center, a dark baseball cap, large sunglasses. Throughout the surveillance, the suspect keeps his head down and rarely raises his head enough to get a clear image of his face. As he proceeds across the campus, he is seen walking with an unusual gait. The suspect walks with very little bending in his right leg, consistent with a rifle being hidden in his pants. This unusual gait continues until the suspect is seen crossing the railing off the open walkway and onto the roof, where he leaves the camera's view. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to say is they've only sent us screenshots, right? We've only seen a picture of him coming up the staircase. It looked to me like both his legs were bending. I don't see why they don't just release why don't they just release this fully so we can make sure that this is
Why
the
do we
same
have to double
person
check?
that we see walking across with a limp, right? That footage which was provided by TMZ. Also, you will notice that nowhere in this indictment as we go on are they going to mention which Governor Cox spoke about. Like, first he came in a different outfit. Remember, Governor Cox said he was wearing
He
the
got
white shorts and
changed,
maroon
yeah.
shirt. The implication here being that maybe he came to come scout things, to check things out. At first, this is him, but then he comes back in the black outfit. This is missing from the indictment, and I'm wondering why. What is the
It
explanation?
doesn't have
That would be
any
a part
point
of
in
it,
the
who's
indictment.
scouting the shooting. Now they're just like, let's jump into the guy that is wearing black, and we're not going to give you footage. We're going to tell you that this is him, and you can assume that he slowly
Now
walked
everything's
up
in
this
evidence.
staircase and was obscuring his face from view. Okay.
So they don't mess
Then
up
it
the
tells us
court
that the
case.
camera later captures the suspect as he runs across the roof. He gets into the shooting position, and then immediately after the shot was fired, we know that he runs across carrying an item whose shape is consistent with a rifle. The suspect is then seen climbing down the roof. He appears to drop the item that he was carrying as he hits the ground in a controlled fall. He then picks up the item and runs toward the northeast end of the campus. It tells us that's how they then expand their crime scene investigation. They followed his escape path to the northeast end of the campus, where they believe the suspect left campus and entered a wooded area. In that wooded area, investigators found a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel. So again, there was no disassembly. It's wrapped in a towel, presumably that's how he covered it.
Where is she
while he
getting
was
this
running.
disassembly
The
from?
rifle contained 1 spent round and 3 unspent rounds.
Mhm.
This is
He didn't bother,
consistent
like,
with the
recocking
facts
it.
officers observed at the time of and immediately after the shooting. There were no shell casings that were found on the roof, suggesting a bolt action rather than an auto-loading weapon, and only a single round was fired, okay? Then they tell us what was actually inscribed. And these are essentially memes. Hey, fascist, catch, says one on one cartridge. You got notices bulge. What's this on another cartridge? Oh, Bella, chow, Bella, chow, Bella, chow, chow, chow. On a third cartridge. And on the fourth cartridge, it reads, if you read this, you are gay, LMAO.
Hey, buddy.
Okay, they detailed that. The
Hey,
rifle,
get
the
down.
ammunition rounds, and the towel were then sent for forensic
No,
processing.
you have no pants on.
The DNA was consistent
No,
with
you have no
Robinson
pants
that was
on.
found on the trigger and other parts of the rifle, the fired cartridge casing, and 2 of the
What are you
3
trying to do?
unfired cartridges and the towel. Okay, they were able to immediately locate the shooter.
Go get your
they were
pajamas on.
unable, pardon me, to immediately locate the
They
shooter.
don't hold
so
you.
that's when they published the photos of the shooter from their surveillance, and they asked for the public's help.
Go
Now we're gonna
get
get a little bit
your
more of an
pajamas on, and then I'll
They tell us
hold you.
as they continued their investigation on September 11th, Tyler James Robinson then walked into the Washington County Sheriff's Office, and he is accompanied by his parents and a family friend to turn himself in. Okay. Now, again, he didn't confess yet, but he's here to turn himself in. Robinson's mother stated the following to police, that on September 11th, the day after the shooting, she saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought that the shooter looked like her son. She then called her son and asked him where he was. He said he was at home sick, and that he had also been homesick on yesterday, September 10th, when the shooting occurred. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspected shooter looked like Robinson. So she's calling her husband and she's going, hey, this kind of looks like our son. And then his father agrees that looks like their son. So Robinson's mother explained to the officers that over the last year or so, Robinson had become increasingly more
Go
political.
upstairs now.
He started to lean more left. He was becoming
Go
more
upstairs
pro-gay
to
and
get
more
ready for bed.
oriented. That Robinson began to date his roommate, which is a biological male.
Very little in
who
there.
was
You've been drinking it all night.
genders. We're going to get to him in a second. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation,
Yeah, I know. All right, go up and get changed.
Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding this
This
event
is what
at
I'm gonna
UVU,
do with
which
my
Robinson
stained glass.
said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused
Yes,
Kirk
I'm going to
of
make it. Go
spreading hate.
upstairs now.
Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him that surveillance image of a suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He
Yes.
also believed that the rifle that the police had suspected the shooter had used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. And as a result, he then contacts his son and asks him to send a photo of the rifle that was gifted to him. Robinson did not respond to that. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Tyler at that moment, and Tyler implied that he planned to take his own life.
Yeah, I don't
Now, his
disagree
parents
with
were
this.
able to convince him to meet at their home, not to do that. And as they discussed the situation, Robinson implied is the word they use here, that he was the shooter, and stated that he could not go to jail and that he just wanted to end things. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained that there was too much evil and that this guy, Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in, and they convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend who happens to be a retired deputy sheriff. And at Robinson's father's request, the family friend met with Robinson and his parents, and they convinced Robinson to turn himself in, okay? Again, he did not confess, but he turned himself in. And they then detail that they tell him, hey, look, also bring in any clothes that you used because you don't want the police to then have to search the property.
They're going to search your property anyway.
You need to bring over. Okay. That doesn't exactly make sense because Robinson is living with his trans boyfriend, but that is apparently Robinson replies that at that moment that he had disposed of clothes in different area. So they're looking into that. Okay. Now we're getting to the roommate portion, which is very interesting to me. And I will tell you why. It's interesting to me because I obviously have had a lot of tips. I've had a lot of conversations with people that knew both of these individuals. When I say both, I'm referring to Tyler Robinson, who is being indicted, but also
And this
his
twig
boyfriend,
person
who has not been indicted. And the conversation that I am having is that Tyler's classmates and the neighborhood are very shocked that Tyler would be, first and foremost, involved in this at all. So right away, they told me, no way this guy is wearing the same outfit from 33 hours ago because he was very tidy. He sort of kept to himself, but he worked with his hands and he was kind of a good person. There were no signs here. Like this appears to them to be like, this is a very good family and that there were certain narratives out there that didn't make
family's
sense to them.
good.
They could not compute them
They can
as it
have a
pertained to
bad
Tyler
kid.
Robinson, okay? And they're saying there's no way if like they're not saying he couldn't have been involved. I very, very much want to be clear. I believe that Tyler Robinson was involved on the basis of this evidence, but rather that there's no way he could have acted alone, that this had to be a part of some wider plot. Okay.
Mhm.
And when I'm
I do
speaking to
agree with
people
that.
are close to this situation, what they are shocked about is the fact that only Tyler could have been arrested because it's a different perspective when it comes to Tyler's trans boyfriend, okay? Tyler's trans boyfriend's name is Lance Twiggs, and they are very shocked. In fact, the people that are intimately involved in the situation are saying, we thought he was definitely going to get charged because apparently, and again, I'm going to say this, allegedly, he had been arrested or taken in on the same day. Now, the media narrative is that that guy was being really cooperative. He had nothing to do with anything. Okay, we're going to go through that. And again, I'm going to tell you what his family is saying. I'm referring now to Lance Twiggs. Let's get to what the indictment tells us about him. Police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police
which
that
makes him gay.
he had received messages from Tyler Robinson about the shooting, and he provided those messages to police. And then it goes on, describing those messages. On September 10th, 2025, oh wait, they're not telling us the time. I don't like that. I hope that's just you forgot, but I need to know exactly when
You're
saying
complaining
these
about the 33 hours, but then you need to know exactly.
Okay. Clearly, on the basis of what I am about to read, these messages had to have gone out after Charlie Kirk was shot.
duh.
If I'm using my context clues, my Blues clues to put things together. But they're
Candace,
not
you're
clear
so
to me. They just say
annoying.
on September 10th, 2025, no time given, the roommate received a text message from Robinson which said, quote, drop what you are doing and look under my keyboard. The roommate, Lance, then looks under his keyboard and he finds a note that states, quote, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it. The structure, that is weird. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. Okay. That's just structurally, that's not proper English. Okay. It's either I have,
Yeah,
okay,
whatever,
or I have.
Candace.
Text a change then took place. After reading that note, the roommate texts Tyler and he says, "What? You're joking, right?" Robinson writes, "I'm still okay, my love."
Okay, we're gonna read this instead of having her read this. So the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" And then we already read all this earlier. "You weren't the one who did it. I am. I'm sorry. I thought they caught the person. No, they grabbed some crazy old dude. Why? Why did I do it?" The roommate, "Yeah. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle on scene, I will have left no evidence going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it." "How long have you been planning this?" "A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it. But there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept the spot, but I don't want to." And then, yeah. So let's...
"But I am stuck in a REM for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep the secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you." The roommate replies, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" Robinson replies, "I am. I'm sorry." The roommate replies, "I thought they caught the person." Robinson replies, "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude and interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle still lingering." The roommate says, "Why?" Robinson says, "Why did I do it?" Roommate says, "Yeah." Robinson says, "I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully, they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it." Roommate says, "How long have you been planning this?" Robinson says, "A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it," referring to the rifle, "but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it." Robinson says, "I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about Prince. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hopefully they don't find Prince. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel." What? You're worried about explaining losing the rifle to your father. Not worried that you left the rifle and therefore it's obviously going to be found out.
Because he's an insane
You
psychopath.
left was the murder weapon? This is weird. This chain is weird to me. It's weird to me that we don't know what time.
Because his dad can turn him in when he figures out he lost the
Do you have a
rifle.
clue here? "I'm stuck in a REM for a little while longer. It shouldn't be long until I can come home." Is that a typo? I should have asked you guys. Okay, that's the town. Okay, that's the town. "I'm stuck here for a little while longer. It shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still." So is this happening during lockdown? He tells him to check under and to see. "Oh, check under quickly and see." And I took care of it.
Probably,
And
because he's still
where?
locked, he's still
And now
in
he's
the
giving
area.
him an accounting of exactly what's taken place, which means if this is right after and they're still in lockdown, he's monitoring the situation? Because this is going to give us a timeline, whether they tell us when these messages happened or not. The fact that he already knows that they grabbed some crazy old dude and that they also interrogated someone in similar clothing, we're going to be able to go back and plot exactly when that happened, or at least when the public was informed, because this whole correspondence is very strange to me. It's very strange to me.
Yes, it is.
He then is even more explicit, talk about trying to cover your tracks, but then explicitly texting everything to your lover. He says, "The only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The effing messages are mostly a meme. If I see notices bulge on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really effing sucks." Okay, so if this is our guy,
Make inspiring with him.
finish. That really sucks. He's got to leave it. And then he says,
What?
"Judging from today, I'd say
Yeah,
Grandpa's
buddy.
gun does just fine. I think that was a $2,000.
Go grab the phone. You have it over there by the
He
bag.
tells him delete this exchange. And then Robinson says, "My dad wants photos of the rifle." He says,
Gabe or
"Grandpa
Eli,
wants to
it's
know
over here by the
who knows
boxes.
what." The
My
feds
phone
released a
is over
photo of the
on the
rifle,
couch.
and it is very unique.
By your
He's
green
calling
box.
me right now, not answering. So his dad's calling him. Okay, well, the dad. This is interesting. When is this text chain taking
After
place?
they found the gun, you
Because we
goop.
just heard that, the dad, they figured it out the next day. They're making it sound like this all happened back to back. Is this happening over 2 days? Why not tell us this instantly so I can work it into my timeline? Okay, are these messages day one? And then what? They had no correspondence at all until he jumps right back in and says, "My dad's calling me." Where were you when your dad called you?
So you wanted
guys
me to
lived
hold you.
together. Why are you texting at all? Why didn't this kid immediately call? If they're in lockdown and he needs to go back and get his rifle, right? This kid could have, and I'm speaking about Lance, could have contacted immediately and said, I'm getting a confession right now. I don't like that we are not being told the exact timestamp of these messages because, you know, my timeline demands it.
But you're not in charge of the investigation, Candace.
Again, not knowing when this happened, Robinson says, "My dad wants photos of the rifle." He says, "Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo, and it's very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering." Robinson says, "Well, since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA." Robinson says, "I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors is here. He is a deputy for the sheriff." Robinson says, "You are all I worry about, love. I'm much more worried." The roommate says, Lance says, "I'm much more worried about you." Robinson says, "Don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent." How you guys feeling about that? Yeah. Mark is going to jump on and say something. Go ahead, Mark. Yeah, he's the guy that's always in my ear.
Not always. I just noticed that around some of these exchanges, there's ellipses above them.
You're breaking up a little bit. What'd you say?
Around some of these exchanges, there's ellipses above. If you look really closely, and it looks like they're cherry picking certain exchanges. So that my dad is super MAGA just comes out of nowhere because they picked it from a totally different part of the conversation.
Yeah, these messages are clearly doctored.
Not finished.
Is what I would say. They're doctored. Now, they could decide why they're doing that. Tyler's being forthcoming or protecting him in some capacity. I find that to be unacceptable. Okay? Unacceptable. I want every single text message. I want timestamps. It is conspicuous that you are not telling us when this was sent, because it sounds like it's when the campus is on lockdown and he's got to go back and he's got to clean up. And then all of a sudden we're in the next day when his dad is getting clued in after the picture's been released. They're not telling us that, okay? And you have a right to be a little bit uncomfortable about that, because I'm a lot a bit uncomfortable about that. We need full answers. Further to that point, I have found this strange from the beginning that for whatever reason, we're not hearing too much about this Lance guy other than like he's been extremely cooperative.
Oh, yeah.
He's handed over his messages. I'm not implying that Lance was involved. I am implying that it's weird that we're not hearing more about him.
I think Lance
You're
was
telling me he
involved.
lived with the guy. You're telling me us now that he's been texting with the guy about his plans. They're in love. Is nobody interested in learning more about this character? Okay, so Tyler's people are saying Tyler's a good kid. People around Tyler, classmates, are telling me he's a good kid. So I go into our tips box, and it turns out that actually Lance Twig's family has tried to reach out to me over the weekend. Obviously, I was in a very aggrieved state, and I was not prepared to even accept that Charlie Kirk was not on this earth, okay? And I realized that they're saying to me, like, we want to speak with you, and there's more than one family member that has reached out because we trust you, and we don't trust the media. Good by me. They are, it sounds to me, a very good family. They're absolutely horrified by what has happened, and they are similarly perplexed by there not being more out there about the person he was living with, especially because what they told me, and I can tell you this exclusively, is that the house that Tyler Robinson was living in with Lance is owned by them. Tyler Robinson is paying rent to them, okay? So they know Lance, obviously, and I'm going to cushion this with allegedly. It isn't allegedly that this is his family members telling me these details, but it is definitely allegedly what they say, and so we can hear both sides, okay? I'm going to pull this up because I took notes regarding Lance, because I want to know everything, okay? Lance, they told us, went to live with his relatives, so no longer in the house with his mother and father. Again, allegedly. His parents kicked him out junior year of high school because he was problematic. He just had issues. And at that time when they kicked him out, that wasn't exactly what they are saying legal for them to have done that. But again, he went to live with relatives and he has issues. They say that he allegedly has a lot of issues with drinking. That Christmas, approximately 3 years ago, he almost overdosed. He drank a bottle of vodka. They are telling me that they were there. They were present for this. And fear began to spread about whether or not even the family would be able to take care of him because of issues that he was having. Okay, he graduates high school and then essentially The extended family says, you know, we can't keep you in our
I'm
home
watching something.
because of his behavior. Just this past Easter Sunday, they are telling me that he showed up on drugs and he was spouting out of his mouth about political stuff. And at this point, they felt that he could not be around children, that they felt that he had become increasingly more radical, increasingly more dangerous, and just sort of off the rails. They said that they're unhappy that the media is presenting him in this like manner, like he's just this kind of like soft guy, or like, you know, a person that was just transitioning. There's like nothing problematic. There's no prodding. They don't buy the story. Okay. Lance's family is telling me that they are not buying the current story and that they feel that more people are involved. First and foremost, they say that a lot of information should be able to be discerned by his devices because he was, according to them, deep web. Okay. This is the person that is deep on the internet. They said that he was quite reclusive, that he was always on his devices, that he's always on the web, and that there should be more information that comes from there. Okay. He turned 22, they told me in August, and that he was, as I said, very into this dark web stuff. I asked what he was doing for work. How are they even able to pay you guys rent? And they told me that he was doing some plumbing work with somebody else in the family. They told us that Tyler and Tim had been living together for at least a year. That they had not met Tyler, despite the fact that Lance had wanted to foster that meeting, that the two of them, this couple, Tyler and Lance, were living in that townhome that is owned by Lance's family, and that Tyler was paying rent to Lance, and Lance then, of course, was forwarding that payment to them. Now, I had asked them about another persistent rumor that is arriving in my inbox, which people are saying, who live in the neighborhood, that they noticed some unusual traffic, and this individual family member said to me, yup, you're hearing the exact same thing, that they would prod that narrative further, but there was some unusual traffic, a lot of cars that were seen outside leading up to the shooting or the week before the shooting. I'll straighten out that timeline for you and get real specific, because I will pin down when exactly this was happening. But leading up to the shooting, that there were unusual traffic in the driveway where Tyler Robinson and Lance lived. Cars that were recognized in the neighborhood. This was not a couple that hosted people. It wasn't like they were expecting them to have parties. And so other people are saying that is something that struck them as odd. There was unusual traffic at this house in the weeks leading up to this shooting. And again, I will perfect that timeline of exactly when. And I have gone out to people for evidence of that. But there were apparently lots of different license plates, and it therefore caused a little neighborhood kerfluffle, because other people were not able to park their cars because there's so many people that were at this house. Unusual traffic. Again, we are prodding that narrative. We are taking a look at everybody, because if I don't feel good about what we're hearing, okay, and Lance Twig's family doesn't feel good about what we're hearing, and we've got Decoy Boy, who's apparently involved in some deep internet stuff, I would say. It's a fair way to describe it. Decoy Boy, okay, George Zinn. There's more people involved. That's what I'm going to say to you guys. There is very
I don't think anybody's arguing that.
Okay? This feels to me like a conspiracy. And am I emotionally invested in this? Yes. Somebody said something to, oh, you're unstable. Yeah, you know what? You're right.
She is
I have been
unstable.
destabilized by watching Charlie Kirk catch a bullet in his neck. And then
You've been unstable before that.
To see here, we've got people all around him that are telling little lies. I don't like this. Okay, this doesn't feel clean to me. I need timestamps. If you're going to be transparent, be transparent. I'm not saying that you're being dishonest, that you have these text messages. I am saying that I need them in my timeline. Okay, and it is just weird that you're giving exact times about certain things, and then suddenly you're like, you know what? We don't need to be so exact anymore, and we can just extrapolate what we need to tell the public a certain narrative. Okay, we the public don't need a narrative. We need every single plausible detail. If we are ever going to regain any trust in the authorities, post-Epstein world. Okay, we're living in a post-Epstein world. It doesn't fly with us. That's not it, you guys. I have more to tell you. I am going to, I guess, at first, let's get through some ads, and we're going to get into Bill Atkins. I don't even know how to describe it. It's just wandering excuse or wandering answer to our episode yesterday, which really didn't say anything. And I've got more people reaching out to us, people that were at the event, people that were at Turning Point USA. We got some questions to ask, and I'm going to ask all of them, because guess what? I don't take money from donors. So you got a problem here. I don't want your money.
No, you just take money from Qatar.
First and foremost, you guys, I'm telling you about Preborn, because every heartbeat tells I'm
talking to the
Preborn. They give moms
people on my
to
stream.
hear that heartbeat for free, and that's exactly why I partner with Preborn, because Preborn is not out to judge women. They're making motherhood possible for them. They provide free ultrasounds. They share the gospel of Jesus Christ, and most importantly, they stay after the baby is born with real practical support by giving expecting mothers diapers, baby clothes, and even housing and financial help for up to 2 years after the baby is born. That is what true Christ-centered compassion looks like. And here's how you can be a part of it. For just $20,
He's been awake.
a mama free ultrasound once she gets that chance to see her baby, and she will be twice as likely to choose life. Preborn is on a mission to save 70,000 babies this year, so don't just say you're pro-life. You can actually live it by donating now. Call 855-601-2229 or go to preborn.com/Candace. Again, that's preborn.com/Candace. Telling you guys again about GNO land, because what if smart contract platforms weren't controlled by the elites or big tech? What if they were instead built by and for real builders? The people world developed. There's not supposability, not clout instead, which is a DAO and our beef sticks full scale. We're around with kids, these teriyaki, so there's something for everyone.
It's not bot, no.
20% off. Okay, so I want to be very clear here. No one, and I mean absolutely no one, outside of my husband and Erica Kirk has the power to shut me up right now. That's it. 2 people. If you got to make an appeal, you got to go to them. Okay. That's what I just said is meant to be a dig to the donors that are making frantic calls, trying to politic this situation under control because they know I'm telling the truth. Okay. Frantic calls from Seth Dillon. Oh my God. The truth is that Charlie was under immense pressure and he was facing financial threats over his shifting stance on Israel, over who he was hosting, over on from his podcast, to people that were on stage, at America Fest, Dave Smith, Tucker Carlson. That is reality, my friends. Again, want those people to know your money means nothing to me. I already said no to it. That's why I don't care to be in those circles. Make me persona non grata. I know what I did wrong. I looked you in your face and I said no to your money. Okay? Don't push me or I will name more names. What happens in the Hamptons is not going to stay in the Hamptons. Okay? Bring in our movie poster. I know what you did this summer. Okay? Got to add Josh Hammer's face to that poster as well because suddenly everybody's talking. So let's buckle up for some more.
Candace is just burning every bridge she can.
That were at this weekend soiree in which Aaron Wexler sent out some of the invitations to, they're confirming that Charlie was pressed. Now, this was a multi-day weekend, but they're all like, yeah, no, at every layer, Charlie was facing pressure, questions from Seth Dillon. There's no way around that truth that they were not happy with his position, his modified position. I have it on first-person account that on the first day of the retreat, of which there were smaller meetings that took place, and then the retreat itself, Charlie presented and he explained that he felt that it was wrong that he couldn't publicly criticize Israel. He apparently used an example that if he tweeted, and again, we're riffing here, but something along the lines of Charlie said, if I tweeted, I think that Bibi Netanyahu should resign, that he would then be unfairly attacked. And Seth Dillon then allegedly pipes up and goes back and forth with him quite aggressively, saying yeah, because that would be anti-Semitic. I heard that after Charlie left, Josh Hammer was upset. Josh Hammer, I know for a fact, was a part of the beehive that was swarming him about people that he was having at his conferences. I know for a fact. So if you'd like to dispute that, Josh Hammer, and release your text messages and
Josh Hammer did the debate with Dave Smith,
supportive and thumbs up, cool. I welcome you on this platform, okay? You are allowed to literally sit next to me.
Who got torn apart in that debate?
That isn't reality, and here's how it all went down. When I was the greatest supporter, and I never cared about who he had, even though I got destroyed in debate by Dave Smith on his stage, I was cool with that. I love free speech. It's amazing, okay? I'm
What'd you say? You got destroyed by Dave Smith?
I got destroyed in debate by Dave Smith.
I think that Dave Smith only has appeals for emotion. That's all Dave Smith has.
I'm offering you my platform to do that. I'm not here. I'm not in the business of smearing, okay? I need answers, and I don't like the fact
yes, you are in the business of smearing. You are a trash news
and they're misrepresenting things
anymore.
Okay? Now, as I have said multiple times, what I am uncovering here is a response to what I feel was a severe misrepresentation by Bibi and his echo here in America, of which I would say Josh Hammer and Seth Dillon are part of that echo, okay? I am in no way attacking that narrative and associating it with the events that took place on Utah's campus, but I don't like little lies. So let's attack this lead up, okay? Let's attack this lead up because there's no reason for Bibi to have lied, as I've said many times. We talked about Bill Ackman a lot yesterday. I talked about Bibi Netanyahu, the phone call, the do you want to come to Israel kind of trip kind of thing that to me, as I've experienced, has been a lace threat when I was going off the reservation of Israel by asking perfectly sensible questions. I kind of got these invites from people like, once you speak to this person, you'll see things. Anyways, Bill Ackman responds to yesterday's episode, okay? And I have it. Hold on. I printed this out. Let me find it. Okay. Here it is.
You ready for bed?
There are two ways to describe this response. I would describe it either as a CVS receipt. You buy one item. Next thing you know, you're holding 27 pages. You don't know why. I don't understand. I bought one chapstick, and here we are. You can also describe it as like an online recipe, you know? Something looks good. Lucille online recipe. Oh, I want to make that. You want to know how to make latkes. But first, homemade chef Ackman has to tell you about how this recipe reminds him of his bubby's house and that Hanukkah they spent in Israel, and all the kids love it. And you're like, bro, just how many cups of shredded potato? Please, please, just give us the ingredients. This is his tweet. I printed his tweet out on 2 pages. Okay? I don't know. You got to bring back the word count. The Twitter was not meant for this, okay? And because I will not be teaching a seminar on, or this semester on Ackman's 955 word response, I'll just provide.
Well, let's see what he actually said. Phil Ackman. Since Candace is too lazy to address it all, I want to make an excuse of not reading it all. Ackman. Yeah, here's it all, I guess. This afternoon at Real Candace Owens slandered me by accusing me of staging an intervention with Charlie Kirk, in which threats were made with respect to his supposed evolving stance on Israel. What, buddy? You ready for bed? You sure? You know, go upstairs. What? You need me to pause it?
Yeah.
You want me to pause the stream? Alright, we'll be right back. I'm gonna put the kid to bed.
I don't want to get bed.
He says he's not ready for bed. Anyway, let's see what Bill Ackman has to say. This afternoon at Real Candace Owens slandered me by accusing me of staging threats with respect to evolving stance. This afternoon slandered me accusing me of staging an intervention with Charlie Kirk, in which threats were made with respect to his supposed evolving stance on Israel at an event I hosted in the Hamptons. Candace also intimidated that I blackmailed Charlie. On the show, Candace said that she would be very happy for me to dispute this narrative. While it pains me to drive more traffic to our program, I'm responding here to clear my name. It saddens me that we live in a society where social media influencers seek to monetize the tragic death of Charlie Kirk, which she is clearly doing. For the record, at no time have I ever threatened Charlie Kirk, Attorney Port, or anyone associated with them. I have never blackmailed anyone, let alone Charlie Kirk. I have never offered Charlie or Turning Point any money in an attempt to influence Charlie's opinion on anything. In fact, my interactions with Charlie Kirk have been extremely cordial, albeit limited, regretfully so, as I was very impressed by him and his work, and I will sadly never see him again. In an effort to clear the record, I share the following. I have followed Charlie Kirk on X for some time and greatly admired him. While I didn't agree with Charlie on every issue, I had enormous respect for his intelligence, vast knowledge about religion, and his willingness to take on all comers in open mic sessions on campus and otherwise. Periodically, I would repost some of his posts and video clips. What? I connected with Charlie when he DM'd me in late May of this year and expressed interest in meeting me. In light of our respective schedules, we were unable to find a time to meet in person, so we scheduled a Zoom on June 11th. On that Zoom, he explained to me that conservatives, in particular young conservatives, were getting tired of defending Israel, and this was very concerning to him. I asked him how I could learn more, and he suggested that it might be useful to convene a group of...
Why you did that?
It's just sitting there. Because I have coffee sometimes. This is just coffee, buddy. Of young conservative influence on a host of topics that could include Israel to get a better sense of how the conservative community was thinking about Israel and other relevant issues of concern to young people. On the Zoom, Charlie also said that his open mic conversations on campus were very effective and addressing issues on the minds of students, but he was only one person with limited bandwidth. He suggested that recruiting a group of junior Charlie Kirks who could host open mic sessions on college campuses would be an effective way to encourage debate on a host of issues, and an approach he believed to be worthy of consideration and better enable students to get to the truth, which I would believe he would say that. Yeah, that makes sense. He's big, rich, thin. I expressed interest in learning more, and we thereafter scheduled a series of conference calls and Zooms with Charlie, Turning Point staff, and members of my team in an effort to assemble a diverse group of influencers who we could convene for a day and a half session. In addition to getting a better sense of what and where young conservatives were on various issues, Charlie thought doing so might enable him to identify potential candidates who could launch their own campus tours and carry forth his approach to dialogue. What, buddy? We chose the afternoon of August 4th to the afternoon of the 5th for the convening, and Charlie and members of my team worked to put together an invitation list to host the session in Bridgehampton and cover the costs so that I could attend some of the sessions as I was working from there at that time. Charlie sent out the invitations, and about 35 or so influencers accepted. Charlie estimated that the influencers who attended collectively had more than 100 million followers. Charlie and Turning Point put together the agenda for the meeting, and the topics were economic future of America, the cultural landscape of dating and marriage, the convergence of East and West, Mamdani, the new threat to America. Charlie asked me to moderate the economic future discussion, which I did, and I therefore hosted a Q&A session with the participants. The convergence of East and West included a discussion of immigration, value systems, the U.S. approach to foreign policy, and Israel. While I had wanted to attend the convergence panel, I had a board meeting that conflicted with the session. Those that attended this session said that the Israel discussion was similar to the other sessions, with the attendees expressing varying points of view, as well as explaining the views of their followers. Some participants were critical of Israel and U.S. support for Israel, and others were supportive. The sessions were punctuated by meals. I attended one group lunch and a group dinner where I sat with Charlie and others. I found the sessions I attended interesting, and I really enjoyed meeting the influencers. It gave me considerable perspective on what is on the mind of young Americans on a wide range of issues. At the end of the event, I sat with Charlie and members of my team, and we discussed the events of the convening. Charlie believed that he had identified a number of potential turning point ambassadors who could launch open mic events on campus, and that he would follow up with them. We agreed to keep in touch thereafter. We corresponded by text thereafter over the next 2 weeks on a range of topics that did not include Israel, and the next thing I knew, he was gone. In short, it was not an intervention to blackmail Charlie Kirk into adopting certain views on Israel. It was nothing of the sort. Good. I mean, it's a sensible post. Responding to her
here with the
wide
highlights, okay?
Crazy scheme.
He sets it up that he's a victim of something that never happened. Everybody watched my episode yesterday, okay? I never said the sentence, Bill Ackman blackmailed Charlie Kirk. That never happened. But of course, he's doing the typical, like, you know, the Israeli brand thing is I'm a victim, and let me tell you why I'm a victim. So he just sets it up. And I don't know why he's putting these things in parentheses of Charlie's supposed evolving stance. Okay, we can watch clips of that in a little bit. It's not supposed. And saying it's supposed doesn't make it so. But he then says Candace also intimated that I, quote unquote, blackmailed Charlie. No full sentence there because I never said it. I never said Bill Ackman blackmailed
We'll go
Charlie.
and see what yesterday's...
This or else, okay? And I wouldn't have said that.
You have said or else many times. Your tweets are pretty aggressive.
Are regarding how he met Charlie, which is not something that was ever in contention. Okay, I followed Charlie Kirk on X. I admired him. I connected him. DMs. And she expressed interest. We got on Zoom. We talked to this.
Yeah, I have to cut it.
But you have to swallow
You just can just delete it. Nobody cares.
I have to draw it.
Not a single person cares. He then takes us through how the weekend event came together, and he even provides us with a detailed itinerary
what is
of
your
that
pen?
event.
I don't have one over here. I have pens
I don't
somewhere.
know if you needed to hear the itinerary.
Oh,
He gets so detailed that he
Yeah.
even has this sentence here
Oh, it's
where he
it's
wants us to
okay.
wants us to know that it was even
But
quote
it-
unquote punctuated by meals. Oh, okay, that's good. To
Oh,
know. He didn't buy
Candace, you were
meal
so
here
degrading.
At all what you ate. I know. Okay, and it kind of wraps it up. And he's like, in short, on Israel, it was nothing of the sort. Okay, buddy, I never said you blackmailed Charlie. I asked you if this moment happened. I asked you about Bibi Netanyahu. I asked you about whether or not there was pressure that was put on Charlie, which the attendees themselves are telling me that this happened. Okay, so what's
Is it
going on here?
The anti-Israel attendees, or is it the...
Yesterday's episode, and of course he had a big timing in here, like, I shouldn't even respond to her, she's so widow. You know, widow, I just love counts.
Oh, shut
like,
up, Candace,
he's
you're
got
so
millions.
annoying.
Let's just take it. Questions, and we gave you an opportunity to do that. Conspicuously missing is you not addressing whether or not Charlie was offered more money and funding from Bibi Netanyahu. Could you help us out? Whether or not Bibi Netanyahu invited him to Israel as a last-ditch effort to reaffirm his support. Charlie was being pressured throughout this event about his viewpoints
Charlie
on
loved Israel. We
Him
know that. He stated
reflected
it much.
That this felt like an intervention. It's interesting. He didn't even mention Bibi Netanyahu at all. You can stand up to him. Does anybody want to jump in and say, no, yeah, the letter Charlie wrote him in May was just like a glowing, he just was overcome with passion and said, I love Israel. You guys are amazing. You're beautiful. We're going to win this thing and you're perfect and doing nothing wrong. Love you, Bibi. I just find that weird that no one wants to address the substance of the claims here, whether or not maybe Bill himself has an opinion. Whether Bibi lied by severe omission when he mentioned his last correspondences with him, I guess if it was friendly and everything was great and he was just going to come out, and sadly he won't be able to make it out here. Whether or not what we're telling you is real or fake, you can take Charlie in his own words. I mean, shout out to Village Crazy Lady on X. She's a great follow. She just reads Bill Ackman's diatribe and says, okay, she goes through the itinerary. Bill Ackman just confirmed that he hosted his meeting with Charlie on August 4th and 5th. Here's Charlie talking to Megyn Kelly the very next day on August 6th. Now, how do you think that meeting went down? Oh, yeah, Forgot to tell you that. That's the next day, okay? That is the next day that Charlie sits down and vents his frustration about how he is being treated. Take Charlie in his own words. And by the way, yesterday, we only showed one portion of what Charlie said to Megan on that show. Go watch the full thing. Remember, he's with Bill. He's with Seth. He's in the Hamptons. Bill just confirmed that gratefully. And then suddenly, he's overcome with a need to vent about have traditionally always supported Israel. Let's take Charlie in his own words. Take a listen.
My contention here is that some in the pro-Israel camp are so knee-jerk about calling you anti-Semitic or getting deeply offended if you say anything that doesn't align with their narrative, that it undermines their own cause. And I have to tell you, I find it very irritating because I do feel like some of us have earned the right to have some credibility on the subject of Israel and don't want to be called those names when we have some mild pushback on some of the overreaches, whether it's, you know, whether they're winning or losing the propaganda war right now. And my contention is they've begun to lose it.
Yeah, well, it's time for bed, kiddo. Want me to put you up there? You don't want me to come up and say goodnight to you upstairs? You didn't say no? Come on. Fire, boy. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Kids asleep. Let's see.
And I realize it's propaganda coming at us from Hamas, but their numbers have turned here in America. They've turned, not so much with Republicans, a little bit with Republicans, but completely with the Democrat Party and with independents. They have shifted mightily from at least double digits highs to single digit lows now with when it comes to approval. And also with respect to, you and I speculated about this at the Turning Point event, whether the possibility of Jeffrey Epstein possibly being a Mossad agent or asset or affiliated with, that's been turned around on me too, to you must be anti-Semitic. What the hell? That's such bullshit. The same people who say you can criticize Israel, that's fine, we won't call you anti-Semitic if you criticize Israel, now turn around immediately and say you're anti-Semitic for even raising that. I completely reject that. And I raise this as a pushback against my friends on that particular strain of the aisle to watch it, because you don't want to alienate people who are openly your friends by going nuts in your crackdowns on mild pushback on anything related to Israel. Now you take it.
I'm so glad you brought this up, and I would second that. Megan, I think I have a bulletproof resume showing my defense of Israel, both on campus, on social media, to great, let's just say mockery and scorn at times, because I believe it, right? I believe in the scriptural land rights given to Israel. I believe in fulfillment of prophecy. And again, I'm not a theologian, but I'm a Christian. My life was changed in Israel. The spiritual energy is so amazing there. I want them to win. I've said that repeatedly.
Same.
And however, Megan, you're hitting on something very potent and important. Now, let me first say, I don't want to judge an entire group, because there's been many people in the pro-Israel world that have been very sweet, very kind, very nuanced, very Charlie. You're with us. You don't have to agree all the time. However, and I will say this, the behavior by
there are
lots,
some
both privately and publicly, are pushing people
really
like you
pushing
and me
it
away. Not like we're going to be pro-Hamas, not like we're going to, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. I honor the Shabbat, literally the Jewish Sabbath. I visit Israel and fight for it. And there's another article out in the Times of Israel today. I could read it on air. I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, why are you? What am I doing? I'm sorry. Like, let's just take a step back here.
She didn't show the whole clip.
Right now,
let's see what he was talking about. Let's see what he criticized. I think it was the relationship and the
energy that is coming out of him, the energy that's coming out of Megan, is where I was 2 years ago. Okay.
No, you were that crazy. You were crazier.
Even lie to you can't even attempt to lie to
been
me
crazier
about what is pouring off of both of them. I was someone who spent my life, my political life, defending Israel. Didn't really mean anything to me. It seemed like a good, argument on surface that we should support them. They're the only democracy in the Middle East. Okay, now I know that that's not even true. But like, who I was just like pro-America, and I wanted to focus on BLM and getting Black America better. And then that happened. I said one thing, and suddenly like, whoa! It was like they just line up. Like it's like Agent Smith. Okay, it's like Agent Smith in the Matrix. How many can there be all saying the same thing? And they gaslight you. They make you think you're crazy because they're like, why don't you understand? Why
She's
what you did is
crazy.
really wrong. I remember this. I remember the tweet. I said, no person, nobody, no nation anywhere in the world has a right to commit genocide. And I was suddenly being flooded with messages. People, Dave Rubin, I remember this. I was like, what did you mean by that? And the text was like, we can help you. You can help me what? I said something that made sense. Like, this should not offend anybody. Nobody has, genocide's not cool, right? Did something change? Where was I? It's when you tweeted it. And like, you could have been clearer. You should have added that Israel would never do that. I'm like, okay, you guys are being insane. This statement stands. I was referring to Brian Mast's remarks, but even if I wasn't, and I just tweeted genocide is always wrong, that tweet should always be right. I can feel that energy, okay? When you're not sure who your friends are, they're starting to gaslight you. They're making you think you're going crazy for having sensible positions. And there's no halfway house for this.
I mean,
okay?
she doesn't really have sensible positions anymore.
In the chest, okay? And told get out, and then suddenly they're all communicating behind your back, and just where you talked about the article, something goes out and suddenly it's like, what's going on? They're like trying to make you think you're going crazy because you're saying some sensible stuff. Charlie was at that moment. He says that he is receiving messages calling him an anti-Semite. So how can you lie right now and dispute it? And better question, why are you lying? I don't like little lies.
Who's lying about that?
Contacted by a lot of people that are telling me that just within 48 hours before Charlie passed away, his top Jewish donors were pulling funding from him, demanding that Charlie take their name off of the building that they had donated to Turning Point. I guess I can figure out who that is, how many people could have donated the building. And then once Charlie was killed, they said, never mind, put it back on the building. Okay. Charlie himself had alluded to a tremendous loss of money coming in. And we'll speak about that more. More people are going to come out with information. This is all inevitable. Okay. And I'll also point you in this direction. You guys remember Bibi recently was on a PR blitz, despite the fact that he was, fighting this 96,000 front war because Israel didn't do nothing. Okay. He was doing a ton of podcasts in America. He went on to Patrick Bet-David's
because he has to
podcast.
counter all these crazy ideologies that you do.
Boys podcast. Anybody find it weird he didn't do Charlie Kirk's show? Homie,
He was probably lined up for
it. Charlie was implied that Charlie was penning love letters to him in May. I just love you so much. It's amazing. They were so close. The boys just hits him up like, hey, I know we're fighting this 97,000
shut up, Candace.
Like, that's the vibe that Bibi was rushing to present to the media. I'll leave that as a question for you guys. Common sense. Bibi started this. I am responding to his shamelessness. Shameless, I want to be clear to me right now. It feels, and I'm using a corporate term here, a bit
He's
like
really riding the coattails, huh?
Okay. Charlie builds the company organically on the basis of Charlie and Charlie's honest ideas. Suddenly, that company's got a lot of money, and Charlie's honest ideas are starting to change or maybe add more color. And now he's getting financial threats. He's being called names. He increasingly, he's being told who and what he's allowed to speak to, and he's taking a stance. He's taking a stand privately up to these people.
I never really disagreed on much of Charlie's talking points.
Because Charlie's dead, and those very same people who were pressing him are now doing, like, very quickly, trying to set in stone that, Who
are these
Charlie,
people?
Essentially, the energy is Charlie died for Israel. He's just one of
Why
us. Nobody
is he
asking any more
just,
questions. That is
other than
literally
BB coming
untrue,
on and
we're
showing
not going
letters?
to allow it. Okay.
Who's she calling out with this?
I'm getting even more interesting tips coming from Turning Point employees. Something, again, that I didn't even realize until they said it. Do you guys notice that, like, Bill Ackman says this thing and drops the itinerary? But I've worked for Turning Point for 2 years. You've seen Turning Point in the public. Have you ever heard of Turning Point doing a weekend summit and not publicizing it? In fact, none of those attendees, you'll remember they were taking pictures in the Hamptons and all dolled up. There was this whole ring debate happening about a girl who had gotten engaged. I think her name was Sarah Stockton. And they said her ring was too small, and they called her a broke, B-I-T-C-H. There was this whole drama that was happening, which we'll unpack a different day. Maybe I'll leave today's on this tidbit. But those people never mentioned that they were in the Hamptons for a Turning Point event or for a Turning Point weekend, which Bill is saying. Why is that?
No names were
they
given.
Told not to say anything about being at that event? Because Bill Ackman's being very open about it, but they weren't open about it at that time. We'll leave there. We will leave it right there. Okay. I will just add here that the response
Candace
to me asking
definitely
these
likes these conspiracy theories, man.
Everyone hates, like, rabid supporters of Israel. It's because they never change their tune, right? They're like in the comments being like, Bill Ackman, sue her, take her money, just take her money. That's it. That's how we win. This is what they always do. They threaten to sue you. They threaten to smear you, to libel you. How dare you even ask the questions? This is this chick. I don't even know what her real name is, but like the gay who straight is how she goes. This is like before Charlie died. I'm not kidding. A week before he died. This was her tweet to him. I'm going to show you how sick these people are, okay? Do you have that tweet, Skylar?
Thousands of people tweet to him.
Oh, okay. Well, she tweeted this whole thread about how Charlie Kirk
they
had
don't have
distanced
it.
himself from Tucker Carlson. She was one of the people creating online pressure. Tucker Carlson has gone a bridge too far. Blah, 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 blah. And Charlie's going to ruin his company. Again, there's always the threat of money.
That's not the
yes,
threat, really. It's a concern, I guess.
And then Charlie dies.
Could be taken as a threat in a way.
Oh my gosh, I can't. This person I was just saying, like, kind of, light little, they do this or else to pray for Charlie Kirk. And now she's arrived at this Bill Ackman thing, and she's sue her. Just sue. That's how we win. We crush them economically. We're sick of this. We are all
you're getting crushed economically by Macron and his wife.
Okay? It's always about money, threats, all of this stuff. It's ridiculous.
It takes money to do what you do, unfortunately.
We're going to call up all our friends, and we'll just start writing hit pieces about you, and we'll destroy you. Do what we say, or we'll have you canceled. We'll have your sponsorships dropped. Do what we say, or we'll make sure that you're fired. We'll put pressure so that you can't earn an income. If you're still not going to listen to us and you survive that, we're going to sue you for everything you have. You guys suck, okay? We don't
I
care
mean,
about
you
your
have
money.
to
We are
be
tired
careful
of it.
about what you
This
say.
reveals who
Your
you
words
are,
have consequences,
not who I am.
Miss
Truth
Candace.
should be enough. I've offered him my platform. If there is more you'd like to say, Bill, things you'd like to clarify, again, my platform is yours, even though I know you're so
I don't even know who Bill
highfalutin above
Ackman
us.
is.
He even says in that tweet, by the way, he says, like, speaking about how much, they just don't care about you billionaires. He's like, and the fact that she monetized her video, something along those lines, like talking about yesterday's episode, oh my God, how can she read ads? Oh, are you the same Bill Ackman that made an absurd amount of money while we were in COVID lockdowns and we couldn't work? Are you the same Bill Ackman who like turned that into like billions? I'm pretty sure you are. So maybe check yourself, okay? I'm so sick of this. Nobody can make money but us. By the way, the person
But
that
you're
was in the
doing it on
Hamptons, all the
Charlie's
people that were at the Hamptons,
coattails.
they're all talking about this.
And you're
Bill
really
Ackman got up
clinging
and
here,
gave a
Candace.
presentation
You're
and told
really
them
clinging.
that they shouldn't own property. And they should give money to, like, stocks. That's how they can be successful. They just want to rule over us all, don't they? Allegedly, that's what he said. Bill Ackman, you can reply. Did you tell people that they shouldn't own property when you gave your presentation on this now infamous meeting in Hamptons, which wasn't publicized until I publicized it? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Are we allowed to do that? Or are you going to sue me? You're going to crush me? You're going to impoverish us all? Why are you guys like this is my question. Laura Loom are in too. This is like how Bill, I guess, wins the argument. They're like, Bill gave money. It's all about money all the time. Bill Ackman says he's offering $1 million to whoever any information he has regarding the person who assassinated Charlie Kirk. And then she attacks me yesterday and she's like, Bill Ackman gave $1 million, Candace. What did you give? What did you give? I don't know. 2 years of my effing life to Charlie, helping him build things. Why is everything about money to you? Why do you think having money makes you a decent human being? Why are you so soulless?
Coattails, Candace.
Spiritually, something is wrong with you. If your instinct, just so you guys know, regular people don't behave like that. I want you to know, because I don't think you recognize your own flaws. When regular people
You're
have like
not
a little
regular
tiff, we just have a
either.
conversation, okay? So like if I have a disagreement and I say it's not what I did, I don't say I'm going to destroy your life, okay? I'm going to make you lose your job and I'm going to sue you. Okay, that's a demonic force that lives in you. But you have to know your money instinct is not right. It's crazy,
Which
and
you
everyone's paying
have.
attention to it. Answer the questions, and I will publish the truth. The end. A couple of ads. I said I wasn't going to freak out today. I did freak out a little bit right there at the end. I'm trying to calm down. First, I'm going to remind you guys about Tax Network USA. I know because I know I shouldn't read these ads. Bill Ackman is like, how could USA? If you're strapped % per month, whether you're an employee on your side, from wage garnishments or vintage Candace, you may have something or visit
She is bonkers.
the Silence Speaks company. They have all. So right now, Nimi is matching every donation that is made to Turning Point USA. You can visit tpusa.com, make your donation support, quick skincare quiz.
Still like saying it's there's some conspiracy about the Jews and Charlie Kirk stuff.
Many of us are relying on credit cards to cover essentials. If that debt is piling up your own loan, Americans collectively owe $1 trillion in credit card debt. You might have considered reaching out to my friends in American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. Well, there's good news. They've created the Smart Equity Loan, which is a solution that is designed to help you take control of your finances without touching.
She's trying to
unlike
like
an HELOC,
point that Israel was involved in some way or shape or form.
This loan allows you to leverage the equity in your home, pay off high interest debt, free up your 807 / that number represents debate. Slow, guys. I'm telling you, that is not where we need to be right now as a society. We are fighting evil people who rule over us and impact both sides. Okay, that's the wake-up call.
She's just trying to ride Charlie's coattails and make a bunch of views out of it, which she is. She got 2 million views on this video for being crazy.
First up, we have Anna P. I think this is the first one, right? Am I right, Anna P? Okay, I am in totally the wrong document. I don't even have the right document up. Give me just a second. No, you're good. It's cool. I can just go backwards. I just, for whatever reason, looking at the timelines. I've been reading from these notes. Okay. First up in the comments, we have Jenna V, who writes, "Thank you for speaking truth. Rest in peace, Charlie. Thank you so much for your support. Larissa, I do. This is the case. This is the case. We're not letting this one go." Alma Coronado writes, "Sending you love. Douglas, Arizona. I'm sending you guys love back because they're going to sue us all. We're going to sue you until you agree. Okay? I'm threatening to sue you and have lawyers involved and we'll crush you because we're really good people, is what they say. And the rumors aren't true. Okay. Now that we all got it out of our system. Sue, 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 sue. Read some more comments. I'm telling you, they help. Pray every day. Go to church.
I mean, yeah, sped up. She doesn't make her.
Woke up and realized we are fighting real spiritual evil, and you felt inclined to go to church. Maple Leaf Girl, he stole the election to reinsert himself as the governor. Reach out to Phil Lyman, who ran against Cox and was chosen as a Republican candidate by the delegates. And Eric Moutsos was the LEO and has dealt with Zinn in the past. That's an interesting tidbit. And I will look into all of those things. Mia writes, "Praying for your safety. We need truth, and I trust only you right now. Thank you." And especially, I want to say thank you. Most people that I spoke to in that family know, like, our values, irrespective of politics, they would possibly agree with this, and they do not agree with this, and they want answers just as much as we do. Chips writes, "The text chain from Tyler to his boyfriend.
That's
no.
her.
22-year-old. No.
Comment section. They just like reinforce.
You don't
her craziness.
People don't invest.
Not to mention, I think it's fair to say that while Nick has said things that are quite offensive and controversial, they've lied about the guy quite a bit too.
Yeah.
And so my view largely is neither would be my first, fifth, or even 10th choice. But that's why I asked the question, because it's funny to ask.
If he wasn't so conspiratorial about Israel,
pay for each other's unexpected medical events. The system is betting you'll stay stuck in the same overpriced, overcomplicated mess. And this year, it's even more complicated because most of the members have saved this 3 months using health.com, Crowd Health, friends. Life, the truth is a tool that makes by people who interest rates, stuff that actually changes what's in your pocket and then automatically tweaks hands stand. If you want to feature the Alio app in the 51111, see what it's all about. Just remember, every investment has risks. Nothing's a sure thing. But I think Alio makes understanding and growing your money a whole lot easier. Standard text fees apply. Server over at 10 p.m. Don't miss it. And also, smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much else is Adam Johnson, who's in Texas for some reason, and we don't know why. Adam, what are you doing on Alex Stein's show when we had you booked to come on this one? So here's the story. Lectern guy, as everyone likes to call him, was, as far as my team is concerned, booked to be on Timcast IRL tonight. And we were informed that he would be driving himself. And he messaged me last week, I think, Adam. So he's on the list. And I just called my driving team. I was like, are you sure you booked him right? Because maybe we made a mistake. And they're like, we got him. It's on the schedule. These are the dates that we set. And I said, okay. And then he didn't show up. And so we tried calling him. And he wouldn't answer his phone. And we were really worried about him. And this is genuine. We were like, oh, I hope he's okay. And then Ian's like, hey, I just turned on Alex Stein's show, and he's on the couch with Alex Stein. So anyway, Tate's here.
What's up, guys? You know, getting me here as a guest, really, everyone had to swing for the fences, but I was like, you know what, fine, for Timcast, I'll fill in as a guest tonight. So happy to be here. Tate Brown.
We put the lectern in the picture. We were like, let's just grab the lectern and put it in its place.
Oh, were you going to say more?
Well, I was going to stand at the lectern for the whole show, but the mic wouldn't reach. So
I kind of like just us hanging out like a friendship zone night, or so, I don't know. I feel good being with you guys.
You want to just play Magic?
Yeah, if we could. You know, let's get a top camera. I'm also here, Ian Crossland. We got this mother in the house.
My Mossad handler is here.
Good evening, everybody. I am Elad Eliyahu, White House correspondent here at Timcast News. I was concerned that they finally picked him up. I don't know if he had any outstanding warrants for the J6 stuff still. That was my biggest concern.
No, he's pardoned all that stuff.
No, he's pardoned all that stuff. All right, so
I'm like, how is he in Texas? What?
Oh, it's so weird. It was
like, wait a minute, what?
It's 7:59. I clicked on the YouTube app, and it was the top video. It showed him sitting on Alex. I was like, what the?
But it was weird because he also responded to someone on X saying, who's on IRL tonight? And we were all like, he's making a joke. He's saying that because it's him. But he's in Texas.
Maybe it was a genuine question. He's like, who's on IRL tonight?
And then I think Ian was like, is Alex Stein's show pre-recorded? And I was like, no, I was literally on the phone with Alex Stein a moment ago. He's like, I'm about to go live.
Yeah, I thought it was maybe a pre-record that they were streaming live, but
I'm gonna call him.
Yeah, we should do it. We should call him live and see if he
merge
answers.
shows.
Oh, and while he's calling him.
Hello, everybody. My name is Phil Labonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and a counter-revolutionary, and I too expected Adam to be here, and I am also let down.
I have no idea what happened. Well, let's just talk about the news, and then maybe at some point I'll call Alex Stein, and maybe we'll be live on his show. We got this from the Post Millennial. It's huge. Complete text exchange between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs.
It doesn't
after
look
Charlie
complete.
Kirk killing. Quote, don't talk to the media. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. What we are learning now, I mean, this is pretty crazy. Take a look at this from the New York Post. Charlie Kirk assassination investigation widens to probe whether pro-trans online groups knew in advance. And there's a lot more. Apparently, there's this weird Utah and like trans armed group. We'll get into that in a second, but let's just read about the transcripts so far. Newly released documents show Tyler Robinson, the 22-year-old accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk, confessed in text messages to his trans lover roommate Lance Twiggs after the September 10th shooting and urged him to destroy the evidence.
NBC's trying to make it out like a Romeo and Juliet tale.
Directing him to look under Robinson's keyboard. There he found a handwritten note that read, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. In a series of texts, Robinson admitted responsibility. I'm sorry, he told his roommate, his lover, explaining I've had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. He also described leaving his rifle hidden and worried it could be traced back to his family. Robinson repeatedly asked his roommate to cover for him, delete this exchange. One message read. So the text conversation is below, but I think we have the press conference here.
The roommate.
Yeah, we
Police told police said looked under the to take a grab.
I already looked at that.
Still, but I got it till a roommate. I caught then in from my down lingering room. Some bit over a week. I got with I didn't and losing a rifle. The after ADK. I well media, please.
they're like roommate over and over again. It's like, old man, understand what they're trying to convey. I will also add quickly, upon further investigation, our booking team has said, wait, we made the mistake. Adam, I apologize if I have impugned your honor. Apparently, Adam had written earlier in the message, October 16th, and then after the message had progressed to the 16th, they wrote down the 16th, not realizing it meant a month from now.
Oh, see you next month, buddy.
In the meantime, however, I do have the actual text exchange, and Matt Walsh makes an interesting point. He says, I am leaning very strongly towards the theory that this text exchange was scripted as a way to absolve the boyfriend. It's almost exactly what Walter White did at the end of Breaking Bad. This feels like a strategy they cooked up from watching too much TV. I largely agree. I say largely because when you take a look at the exchange,
I largely agree
it's
too.
entirely plausible that it's real. A lot of people base their expectations on what people do and say on movies. And that means they assume everyone is going to have a dramatic response. Everyone is going to be bawling their eyes out. People react differently in different ways. Sometimes you just don't understand. And this could be entirely plausible. That being said, I don't believe, based off what we've seen with this investigation, where they're looking into whether these pro-trans groups knew in advance, this wasn't in a vacuum. They knew. And how the roommate would not have known is absurd to me. So I think it's entirely plausible that these messages were actually made as a, you couldn't have known. And then they can say, see, here's proof. He wasn't involved.
It provides a lot of sympathy for the roommate. That is for sure. I feel real bad that the shooter seems to be putting this guy in a position where he's asking him to delete evidence and to become an accomplice in a murder investigation. I hope the roommate didn't delete the messages like he was
pretty sure
asked
they
to.
did.
But one of these things that messes is I'm wondering about is when he said he was engraving the bullets with LMAO or whatever the bullets were engraved. Who's he? Who's the guy that was engraving those bullets?
Himself.
That's the shooter.
Him.
Robinson.
No, the shooter said when he was engraving the bullets.
That's right.
He's not talking about himself.
Yes, he is.
When he out of body.
He said he's someone else.
In the note, the shooter says to his roommate, when he was engraving the bullets, he's talking about someone else.
He says, remember how I was engraving bullets? The effing messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge ooh on Fox News, I might have a stroke, all right.
All right, I thought he said
I'm going to have to leave it. That really effing sucks.
Like, unless the texts were transposed, like, this is not how Zoomers communicate. So that's the first red flag. And then the second one is what Anons were pointing out on Thursday. I mean, Captain Dreamer was one of them.
It is very obvious that they wrote this based on the messages, and they are not one for one. And what I'm saying is, it's interesting. Sorry to interrupt, but it's interesting that they put all the question marks here. You weren't the one who did it, right? With all those question marks, because all of those question marks are flair, which is indicative of colloquial conversation. However, based on the grammar and punctuation, this is clearly not a one-for-one transcription. This is typed out by somebody.
Yeah, it's
because
composed.
I mean, guys, anybody, just look at it. Nobody types in complete perfect sentence with grammar. Like, who uses commas when you're texting a friend?
Just me, because I'm born in 1979.
That's right.
But the other thing was, like I was saying, is like a few Anons pointed this out Thursday, pretty much right after. I think Captain Dreamer is one of them. Is a lot of transgender people in the area were saying something big is going to happen tomorrow, or they're preemptively celebrating and that sort of thing, which indicates that there was, indicates that there was some sort of network of transgender people in the area beforehand that maybe Tyler had tipped off. And so that's, to your point, how would the roommate not be in the know? I mean, he would be presumably a part of that.
You know what he said? That he couldn't. It's at the very top of this message. I can't read it from this distance, but he said that I couldn't take his hate anymore. He's talking about himself.
Talking about Charlie Kirk.
Well, that's what he's projecting onto Charlie Kirk, but he's talking about his own inability to communicate.
Here's the other thing I want to add. Notice the ellipses. It looks like they've omitted things. The ellipses in writing like this are usually indicative of pulling something out. And based on the structure of the ellipses, again, it may just be that they typed that in because they are taking communications they saw and retyping it out.
Or stitching text together.
There is a typo, I-D-E-K.
Oh, that's I don't even know.
Yeah.
In which case, there's not a single typo, which makes no sense. Because, bro, on my phone, especially with autocorrect, it is insane trying to send someone a message over any service, Discord, text, or otherwise, when it changes, I'll type in gov, like I want to say governor, so I'll type gov, and it'll go government.
Yeah.
It just fills up the whole. I'm like, that's not the word I wanted, and I got to go back. It's even long. It's a waste of time.
I turned off autofill about 2 years ago. I'm like, just take the. It's like Luke Skywalker going in the Death Star. I'm like, get the computer out of my face.
Yeah, but then I'm sausage fingering words and like I's and U's, and
I'm so concerned that it's going to plug in some horrific meaning that I didn't intend. It's the
it does that. Yeah.
The reason a lot of people are speculating that this maybe wasn't transposed is because a lot of the lines began without capitalization. And so a lot of people are saying, no, this could just be a direct rip from their correspondence.
Okay, yeah, I don't believe it for a second.
If the roommate was involved in any way, they should obviously be held to whatever laws that they violated in doing so. One of the details that I think goes against it, though, was them thinking that it was the old guy being caught being the actual shooter, because that's what Kash Patel originally put out. And Kash Patel's getting a lot of pushback for that detail, too, for fudging that detail.
The old pedo, by the way, who has been charged now, or I should say alleged, been charged with child abuse materials, this is a crazy story. What is going on?
Sure. But what do you think about that too? Do you think Kash fumbled this at all early on, saying that the subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk?
Kash was not talking about the old man. He was talking about another person wearing similar clothes, and he didn't say suspect. He said subject, and he did make a mistake, but it's not the biggest deal in the world, in my opinion. I think it shows that they're real humans trying to deal with this. And what I can't stand is that, whenever you have a crisis or a catastrophe or disaster, you're not getting real answers. Like when Deepwater Horizon happened, like anyone seriously believed the statements from BP when they were coming out and talking about it? It's like, I got a bridge to sell you. This shows, in my opinion, Kash is actually just a guy who's trying to do this job, and he's not treating it the way previous administrations and previous FBI heads have. And that means he's trying to be transparent. He was trying to give information to people, and for that, he went early. And he made a mistake with it. Not that big a deal. I don't think it's the end of the world. And a lot of people are ragging on him, saying he didn't do anything anyway. The family turned him in. And I'm like, yeah, only because they published information and they were doing the groundwork investigation, and then they're verifying the guy. So what I will say is, these messages, there's a couple ways I look at it. The first and highest probability, in my opinion, is that this is transposed. No millennial. I mean, Phil, you're Gen X. Do you type like that?
No.
Yeah, no, nobody does.
Maybe voice to text for some of it or something.
That's true, but it would get words wrong. But fair, both are using voice to text? No.
I don't know.
And one's at a computer says, look under my keyboard. It seems obvious they transposed it, which means they flared it up with the question marks, or the question marks were there and they added them, make sure they're still there. But this looks like they transposed a conversation from, and that, honestly, that makes sense. Could you imagine trying to translate Gen Z to a general public?
Nope.
It would say like, no, like, are you the one who did it? I am. No cap. The average person would be like, huh? Yes, I am. I'm sorry. How do you say I'm sorry in Gen Z?
My fault.
My bad?
Yeah.
My bad.
No cap. No cap. My bad.
SOZ is an SOZ, or is that a little out now?
I think that's you guys. Yeah.
Oh, that was like the third generation after me. Before you, I don't know how far.
There is, however, another high probability, in my opinion, though much lower than chance, is what Matt Walsh said. The reason why it looks unlike Gen Z is that the message was written by them intentionally to isolate any external groups who aided and abetted this. As we already mentioned, they're investigating these other groups for foreknowledge. It seemed, listen, 7 different social media accounts had posted foreknowledge of the event. How many lottery numbers are there? 6?
Yeah, it's like usually 6 or 7. 6 and then like a Powerball or whatever.
Okay, so it's a lottery tickets. It's greater than a lottery tickets chance that these people were able to predict days and even a month in advance this was going to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out this was actually written intentionally by them so that when they got caught, or if they got caught, they could say this absolves anyone else of responsibility and proves it because they had no idea.
Well, if the roommate did have any knowledge of this, I think Robinson wouldn't be stupid enough to write it down in a Discord server or over text or something stupid like that. If they lived together, they probably talked about it in person. Like that's what I think is a lot more likely.
I think he was still near the scene. That's why he was saying, "Oh, I'll come back for the rifle later."
No, but if he knew ahead of time, like anything that he'd do anything,
sure,
I don't think he'd tell him. Yeah, with like an online record,
You're saying if the roommate knew, there's no need to go into a textual communication about it. They already knew ahead of time.
I think Robinson would say to the roommate in person in such a way that wouldn't be able to leave a trace.
Well, apparently, my understanding is that they deleted this. They thought that by saying it and then erasing it, it wouldn't be caught by the FBI, but that's ridiculous.
Well, like if these guys are roommates, they're probably hanging out on the couch. Robinson really hates Kirk. He's saying like, "Oh,
yeah, he couldn't get home."
Roommates.
You mean they're hanging out in bed,
hanging out in bed, having some pillow talk, thinking, "Oh wow, Charlie Kirk's such a big bully." Like, and I hear he's coming to town.
Some pillow talk.
You hear he was like,
"Yeah, but he says I'm stuck in Orem. I won't make it home."
Oh no, but I'm saying if we're looking for more information about the roommate being involved in this one way or another.
You know what's fascinating about this?
Like,
is
the roommate sounded like the roommate. I mean, I don't know whether or not this is an actual genuine exchange, but the way that it sounds, it doesn't sound like the roommate actually had foreknowledge. At least not to me.
Yeah, because he kept asking, "Are you serious?"
I'm sure that my personal opinion is, come on.
Yeah.
Like the boyfriend was just secretly plotting the whole time.
He would be the only transgender person in all of Utah, evidently, that didn't know this was going to happen.
Exactly. All these other people were posting, like, wait till you see what happens to Charlie Kirk. Yeah. It sounds like, and Cash said this. He was asked, are you investigating the other people in the 20 people in the Discord? And says it's a lot more than that. It's a lot more than that.
Oh, yeah.
So these people who posted online, these are the weak links.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you've got a Discord with a couple hundred people in it, and someone says they're going to go harm Charlie Kirk, keep your mouth shut. The giddy losers went, ooh, I have to tell somebody. I have to tell people because I get to know. But everybody knows. You got to, that is the weak link, right? Like, for instance, if someone were to have given pre-release Magic the Gathering cards to Tim Pool, and I came out and started posting pictures of them, then people could get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing like that has ever happened.
Yeah, that would be a big mistake if something like that would ever happen.
I know. You can't give Magic the Gathering cards to someone before their release date.
No, you can't. You can't do anything like that.
But I'm only joking because Spider-Man's coming out soon. I have no foreknowledge of Spider-Man.
Snap. That's gonna be
cool.
They're
doing the Spider-Man stuff. But that's the point, right? If you were to get something in advance, there are people who want everyone to know that they're special.
Yep.
And these 7 people who released that, they couldn't stand that they knew and other people didn't know they knew, so they had to say it.
Very common with music journalists.
Oh, yeah.
Back when you used to give them the record to review, they'd be like, oh, I got it. And they'd talk to their friends and give people copies.
They want to brag about how they got it.
You said something kind of simply, Phil, that if this is even real, and because I'm still in like shock from the passport of the terrorist hijacker of 9/11 that they found on the ground. I'm putting it in air quotes because this was the official story. They found the hijacker's passport, which is evidence that he was the one that blew up the building nearby. What the hell? Like, so now they have some text communication and they're like, here, look, read this text.
24 years later, you're still wowed by that?
Yeah, I'm still burned. Like, I just don't trust the government. I don't trust the media.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of reason to not trust the government. But as for, this particular stuff, the evidence seems to point to that there were a lot of people that knew about this.
Let's jump to this story from The Independent. Man, 71, told cops he shot Charlie Kirk in order to give the real shooter time to escape, documents say. Now, here's what's interesting. This guy, George Zinn, the man who falsely told police he shot Kirk, has now been charged with possessing child porn. Okay. This was not a lone actor. I don't believe it for a second. Why would this guy have, at 71, just with all due respect to elderly, but just of himself, standing there as an old man, know that he needed to grant someone time to escape? This was actually the theory as soon as it happened, and they realized he wasn't the shooter. People were like, why would he do that? Well, we brought it up on the show. It distracted police who jumped at him, and then the shooter on the roof ran. Had he not done that, they may have looked around and tried and figured out where the shooter was. Instead, they went and grabbed him instead. He successfully distracted him. Now, just in all honesty, how did he have the quick wit, as soon as the shot happened, to do that?
Maybe he's like a broken... Well, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and say maybe he's a broken psychopath with child porn on his phone. And he was just wanting it so bad. Yeah, maybe.
It's a possibility.
And it was like he heard the noise and immediately was like, ah! And like he's like, this is my mission.
I just like you can randomly grab a leftist out of a crowd and they're a pedophile.
It's magic, man. Kyle Rittenhouse proved it.
Yeah.
I think there is a decent probability, though I'm not saying it's guaranteed or greater than chance, that the evidence shows there are more. Look, fact. People had foreknowledge. I don't think you look at 7 posts online from these trans or trans-linked individuals saying something's going to happen and be like, that's a coincidence. Nah, that's too much for me. Sorry. How many times did the Powerball get missed until someone won the $1.8 billion? Every there's 2 drawings per week, and it took months. So it is astronomical odds to have 7 people predict, even the day of, saying something big's going to happen. You'll know it when you see it, and then after it happens, say that's that.
Yeah, I mean, look, the good news is there are more people that they can wrap up and put in jail. You know, if these people are a danger and they knew, or if they knew and they didn't say anything, they're a danger to society as well. So have the FBI wrap them up, charge them with terrorism, charge them with accessory, throw them in jail forever.
I think considering what we find out about this guy and his proclivities, seems to be that there's probably an overlap with him and these other people on these Discord servers.
Oh yeah. I was thinking, how many people that identify as transgender have seen pornography under the age of 10 when they were under the age of 10? Like, how many kids were warped by pornography as young children? That
don't care. They're still advocating murder. They go to jail.
Yeah, but that's the cross between a guy with a child pornography and people that have seen porn when they were little kids. You know, there's this weird sexual perversion.
All in jail. Right to jail. I don't care about any of this.
I mean,
I don't care about any of when they saw what or whatever. Put them in jail, and that's all that I need to know. I don't care about the backstory.
Well, and if they're tweeting veiled threats, that indicates they have nothing to lose anyway. And that's kind of the problem: is you take these psychopaths that have nothing to lose, and that's how you end up with this situation. So it's like I'm with Phil. Just let's knock on their doors and figure out what's going on.
Not to mention this guy in particular. I remember I went to University of Utah in 2013 when I was going to school there. He called in a threat to, I think he called in or sent in a threat to the Salt Lake Tribune saying he was going to blow up the Salt Lake Marathon right after the Boston Marathon happened. So he has a proclivity to do this in the first place, whatever chance he can get to be in this kind of.
And he was 59 years old when that happened.
Yeah, totally nuts. So.
Mental asylums, man. Jeez.
Yeah.
I think there are more people that are involved. I think I don't trust the messages they put out are complete. They say it's complete, but I don't trust it because there's a ellipses in it, and it's perfect. It's perfect grammar, so it's clearly transposed. And I think everyone probably understands there is security clearance for a reason. They're never going to release literally everything, especially if it could jeopardize their criminal prosecution of the individuals. That being said, the New York Times reporting he acted alone. I find that hard to believe. And Cash has said that they're investigating way more people. Lots more than 20 is what he said. So it sounds like even Cash has said publicly at this hearing, yeah, more people are likely involved in this. So, the media trying to downplay it is very strange to me.
It's so weird because if you're in a Discord chat, and I was trying to think of the perspectives of these people, and some rando is like, I'm going to go commit crime. And you're like, I don't. Ignore it. Like, if I got a random Twitter message from some anonymous account that says they're going to go commit a crime, I wouldn't even pay a mind to it. I wouldn't think to send it to the FBI. And then if the crime happens, I'm like, what the? But if a friend of mine texts me they're going to commit a crime, right to the FBI. Just so you know, friends out there, don't commit crimes and tell me you're going to do it. So I don't. All these people that happen to be in the same room with the guy that maybe saw a text. It sucks that they're going to get a knock on the door, but that may be just for the sake of the integrity of the mission. They may. It's worth checking out and having a conversation. I don't know.
What mission?
Of finding out, getting to the bottom of if there's a conspiracy.
So there's likely a conspiracy if there's more than 20 people.
More than one person.
I think the government is going to struggle to put together a way to go after people such that it satisfies conservatives or right-wingers that they're going after the left enough. So I think the administration is struggling to find a way to not let this so-called political crisis go to waste, for them to have something effective to do. But what are they going to do? You have the Attorney General Pam Bondi saying she from one moment in an interview earlier that she's going to go after hate speech, but I don't think that's the direction of Charlie Kirk that Charlie Kirk would have wanted this to go in. He was famously a free speech type guy. So the administration is struggling. What if this Robinson guy didn't isolated and didn't implicate any of his friends to a degree that could get them arrested or anything? What does that leave for people to want to do in the government?
Well, that's a Rahm Emanuel quote. He was Obama's chief of staff. Don't ever let a good tragedy go to waste. I'm paraphrasing. You can get people to do things that they would otherwise not do. And then Pam Bondi comes out and says, if you use hate speech, we're going to target you, and then walks it back on Axios the next day. Trump, when asked about it, says, maybe she'll go after you next, to the reporter, because you've said some unkind things to me. Like, yeah, this is a nasty opportunity for a government to completely trash their constitution and establish martial law. So the populace, fortunately, were intelligent enough to see it coming.
I can't imagine how martial law would come from this.
Well, it starts with the repeal of free speech and then just knock the dominoes down.
You think that the president is going to enforce and institute martial law nationwide, and you think that the National Guard of the multiple states are going to comply?
No, I don't think it's going to happen.
Okay.
But guys, what do we want the government to do about this?
I want the government to start investigating every single Antifa Reddit account. There's Reddit pages that are dedicated to anti-fascists. Anyone that's involved in any of the Antifa attacks, the Antifa attack on the ICE facility, the specific attacks against the Border Patrol guys a couple months back. I want all those people investigated, all of the people that connected with them. I want anyone that's involved with the trans community in Utah investigated, or people that were in those discords. I want them investigated, and I want all the people that have committed crimes. I want them all arrested, and I want them all put in jail.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Bondi specifically, it was just maybe a sloppy way of putting it. I mean, what needs to be done is people that are sending threats. People are saying, "Oh, you deserve to die for saying this." Those are the people that should get knocks on the door. Yep. You don't have to call. That's not hate speech. That's a separate thing. But I think that's what she's referring to.
You need
I
true
think
threat.
her actual, like, the things that she said are actually bad. Like, she's been terrible with messaging, horrible with messaging, sloppy, because this is about terrorism. This is about organized terrorism, organizations that are terrorist groups intending to chill political speech, to frighten people of a certain political persuasion. So those people should be investigated, and if they've committed crimes, they should be arrested and tried.
Yeah, precisely.
She was sloppy with the threat. Whenever there's a threat, the Supreme Court's been through this. It was in it was during the Vietnam War. A guy said, if you draft me and make me carry a rifle, the first person I'll put in my sights is LBJ. It was the president at the time. And so they arrested him. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and they're like, it wasn't a true threat, because everyone laughed. He didn't. And so they realized, like, you can say stuff like that and it's not a real threat. And then, so now it's like, you have to establish like that there was intention to establish that it was a true threat. Often there's what they call like immediacy. Like,
that's why we're not talking. That's why, like, talking about hate speech or like the whether it's what's the word I'm looking for, whether it was trying to get people to commit a crime or whatever.
Incitation.
Inciting. Thank you very much. Inciting. That's not what's being discussed or what should be discussed. Material support to terrorism. Right. Like, this isn't about. The people that are saying it's about free speech are wrong. That's not the topic at hand. It's terrorism.
Correct.
So the people that are helping terrorists, and if they are helping them, the old guy that was trying to get the police's attention and trying to help the shooter get away, material support to a terrorist attack. It's not about free speech.
It wasn't material.
He helped him.
Welcome to warfare. That's it. Cry, complain, stand on your morals, and be destroyed. Now, I'm not saying there's a civil war happening right now, despite all the lies from the writers trying to claim that I am, because I literally made a video today where I said I do not think we are in a civil war. I made a video responding to a great video by Moon, where he said that the assassination of Charlie Kirk will lead to the civil war, and he did a large breakdown of the case. But let me explain something to you. All is fair and love is war is a saying for a reason. And what's happening right now is we are beset on both sides, on all sides, from people who intend to destroy our way of life. And I mean all sides as in you have foreign actors and you have domestic actors. Now, they are going to exploit our laws and our way of life and take away whatever they can from us. And they're going to use our own goodwill against us, as they have for a very long time. Let me explain how. We believe in free speech. We want you to have the right to express your opinions without fear of reprisal from the government. We recognize that someone might try and stop you. It's called the heckler's veto, but we're opposed to that as well. And if you are speaking your opinion and someone attacks you, that is wrong and they will be charged. Now, the left says you shouldn't have free speech because speech has consequences, and it's hate speech. Gets us all fired, banned, censored for years. And this results in mass censorship, the loss of industry, people have their lives destroyed. Now we are experiencing people on the right getting people fired because they are dancing on the grave of Charlie Kirk. And it is largely just people saying things like he deserved it or whatever, and they're calling their company and they're getting fired. There's a big difference, I will add, between someone saying a naughty word 10 years ago and someone actively dancing on the grave, advocating effectively for political violence. But here's the point. We talked about that liberal influencer whose name I'll leave off for now. The other day, Elon Musk called for his arrest. Maybe we'll talk about it in a second. And what he said was very, very cleverly worded to avoid crossing the line of the First Amendment. He said, and I'm gonna paraphrase the points made in the Piers Morgan debate and videos from his own channel. Violence has reached an extreme degree. 7 of 10 of the worst protests, of the biggest protests in the country, more political violence we've ever seen. And if you, quote, if you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. He said in another video, conservatives need to fear being killed. They need to fear death. That is saying it as explicitly as you can without getting into legal trouble. Why? If violence has already reached an extreme degree to where we've got 7 to 10 of the biggest protests and people are getting shot and assassinated, literally what else could happen that would make a conservative fear dying? Well, extreme violence won't do it. He said it's like memes. They don't believe that they'll actually die until one of them does. That's the implicit. Now, of course, if he came out and said people need to go do X, he'd have crossed the line. He'd get in some legal trouble. If he said people go out and do this thing, he'd find some incitement charges. There'd be some terroristic threat charges appearing online. But he didn't say it. He said, no, I'm just saying once conservatives fear death, they'll tell Trump to knock it off, which is explicitly stating, or I should say implicitly, it's implying in the most legally circuitous way possible, conservatives will die unless the left gets their way, and he is reminding you. Now, the issue that we're dealing with, as Phil mentions, terrorism. If someone comes out and says Charlie Kirk got what's coming and people should do more to the rest of them, which they're saying all over the place, and they have lists with my name on it, for instance, Ian, you're correct. You've brought it up before. That's not an imminent threat. That's free speech, right?
Technically.
It's literal. You are allowed to say that people are deserving of death and that someone should do it or whatever, as long as you don't say you, at this time, go do thing. There has to be a direct and imminent threat created for it to cross the line. You are legally allowed to yell fire in a crowded theater. That is a myth. Here's the point I'm making. They should be arrested. Why? Well, I put it like this. It is wise to tell someone, don't take a bucket full of water and throw it on your kitchen floor. Right?
Yes.
Okay, except when there's a fire.
Correct.
And that's the problem we're dealing with. We sit here standing in a burning house as they have literally murdered Charlie Kirk. And then they are saying, let us keep waving the death of a conservative in your face so you are too scared to go out. So you will never vote for Trump again. So you will learn your lesson. That's what Destiny said on Piers Morgan show. Learn your lesson, conservatives. Stop speaking your mind. Stop doing events. And maybe then they will decide to stop killing your friends. Now, so far, unfortunately, there's only been a small handful of our friends that have died. And that's because not just Charlie Kirk, though he is the most high profile. Everybody remembers Aaron Danielson, who was friends to many conservatives. And he was walking down the street in Portland when Michael Reinl put 2 bullets in his chest. And the statement from Destiny was very clear. You shouldn't have voted for Donald Trump then, because the left will murder you. So we get the message. We get the message. And now, when these people go online in their stochastic, terroristic fashion and say, y'all deserve what's coming next, and we're watching you. And so I'll be completely honest with everybody. I'm going to tell you exactly what's going on, complete transparency. With great respect and honor that I have been invited to Arizona this Sunday. And it means a lot to me that the team over there considers this. And I apologize if I shouldn't be talking about this, but it needs to be said. I do not feel that we can have the security to go. And that was the intention of these terrorists. And it is terror explicitly stating that I cannot go to this funeral. Because they can secure the event, and I'm sure it will be. The president will be there, but they can't secure the airports. They can't secure the buses. They can't secure the roads. And it is in Arizona where it takes one crackpot. And so this is the conversation I've been having for the past several hours. And I probably shouldn't talk about it in the show, but it needs to be said. when they go on TikTok and say things like, more people are going to die and you deserve it, it is the intended terrorism. And how do we deal with it? We let people speak freely because of the First Amendment? Well, sometimes it is okay to dump water into your home because you're not concerned about the water damage anymore. You're concerned about your home burning down. And when I am living in a reality where people are going online and posting a list of names saying next, that's a death threat. But I'm supposed to be told under the current Supreme Court rulings that this is protected free speech because they didn't actually articulate anything.
You know what?
So what do we do as a country? Sorry, real quick. When we are living in a society, we are living in a system where prominent social media platforms will allow a prominent streamer with millions of followers to go out and say, if you didn't want your friend dead, you shouldn't have voted for Trump. I got the message loud and clear, brother. I got it loud and clear. Maybe now Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, whoever else needs to say, if you are speaking terror with the intention to destroy people's lives and make them live in fear so that they will not express their political opinion, this is overt terror. And you know what the argument is? After Charlie Kirk is dead, we are in a very dangerous spot because this is always how authoritarian structures come to rise. We are in an untenable situation that they have created intentionally because it is my opinion that the left wants a civil war so they can destroy the Constitution. It's the only way to get rid of that piece of paper, which is tattered to shreds but still offers tremendous protection. And in fact, our gun rights have expanded tremendously since its inception, as has our free speech. But they have put us in a position where they are going online and they are saying, hey, remember when we killed your friend? You were next. That's free speech. That's free speech because they're saying it in clever ways. So I'll put it like this, the very simple analogy. Two people are standing on a street corner. One person screams, Nazis should be killed. It's free speech. The next person points at you and says, hey, everyone, that's the Nazi. Also free speech. Together, those statement is, go kill that guy, which would violate the law. However, because they split it up between two people, we have to tolerate that they're calling for our deaths, killing our friends, threatening our lives, and making it impossible for me to go to a funeral.
And we're in an age of amplification of the common man. Before, in the 90s, there's no way you could get a terroristic threat out. You'd have to take over a news station. There's like TV shows about guys breaking. Now, any idiot can pick up their phone and make some veiled threat. And so we need to basically
communication has changed.
The government is good at using force. We're good at using diplomacy as civilians. And we have in letting employers know if you have employees that are celebrating murder and implying that they would like to see more, they are going to get fired from their jobs. They're not welcome in civil society. That's one way to fight back against it in the modern age with this. But the tools, there's so many people that don't understand the power of the amplification of putting a message online right now. They're getting wrapped into this.
We decided today we will be doing our Culture War live events.
Oh, based. Nice.
We will. The university events we will not do because they are going online right now saying that I should die and they will kill me. And they're doing it in ways where when we talk to law enforcement can't do anything about it, nor can we sue them, nor will the social media platforms take this stuff down. Because publishing a list of names is free speech.
Well,
but you know why they're doing it. And so I will tell you guys in all seriousness, we do not discuss for security reasons, for the most part, the issues that we deal with, only some. And I feel like the conversation I'm having behind the scenes, literally 10 minutes before the show starts is, how am I supposed to fly to this city with all of these posts online saying they're going to kill me? But they're not doing it explicitly. They're not saying, Mr. Poole, we will find you and you will be, and we'll murder you. They're just saying, watch your neck. That's free speech.
Yeah.
They're saying,
ridiculous.
I live in this city. Hope to see you soon.
You might make an argument if someone, because it's about intention there. If they're terrorizing you, if they like Charlie got shot in the neck and then they say watch your neck, there's definite intention.
And that is the point about throwing water on your kitchen floor.
So check this out.
So the point real quick is that by all legal standards, saying watch your neck is First Amendment protected speech. You've made the argument that we could now interpret that as a death threat. That is the line, and that is the fear. When the government decides to interpret what is legally clear free speech as a death threat because of context is when we enter Phil's territory of it is no longer free speech, it is terrorism. And that is a scary thought to me that this country has come to a point where you can say something that 5 years ago was an expression of opinion, but in the modern context of assassination and political violence is intended to terrorize and destroy and ruin lives. Now the only solution is we arrest or file civil charges or bring charges against people who are speaking out terroristic threats. Let me ask you guys. These are clearly terroristic threats, are they not?
Well, it's about intention. Some of them, maybe. Some people might just be parroting.
So let's try this. When someone says something like, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Tim Pool, Michael Knowles, hope to see you soon, winky emoji, and a trans flag.
It depends on who said it,
that's
where
free
they
speech.
said it.
That's indeed. But you know what they mean, right?
Totally.
And so when does it become terrorism?
When does it become an explicit threat? It needs to be an explicit call for violence.
And that means we will live under their boot, where Destiny can go on Piers Morgan and say that implicitly you will be murdered by them, and you know it, and they can threaten your life directly to your face, but they can say it in a way where you will never do anything about it.
Totally, they're taking advantage of free speech. Yes.
And that means the only outcome is regular people are being told right now. Charlie Kirk was a moderate, and they killed him. And the message is clear when Destiny goes on Piers Morgan. The message is clear when they make these posts to all of those who deviated and dared to vote for Trump. You're next. And we can do it. You know why? Because you wouldn't dare lift a finger against us. That's what you're saying. And that is the fear I have. The choices we have are let them post implicit death threats in context. We get what they're saying, and we can't prosecute them. Or decide to cross that line and say, we understand your intent. That's a terroristic threat, and you will go to jail for it.
So, do you believe hate speech is a thing?
No. Well, yes, it is.
Okay,
but
because
it's not punishable.
On this point, I wanted to follow up with you on something that Pam Bondi said
clarify.
on this, though, because
hate speech is real. Hate speech is free speech. You are allowed to have speech in which is hateful. So let's define hate speech. Hate speech is typically defined in a broad sense as language that demeans the rights protected categories. It exists. And we can give a broad name to the behavior. That's fine. Now, whether we make that illegal, that's wrong.
But that's distinct from like people calling from violence. Hate speech is distinct from that. Okay, because there's this.
Let's pull up the Pam Bondi hate speech thing, and so we can move on before I lose my mind.
Because that's exactly where you're going, though. I mean, this is the exact issue she's dealing with. Because then I think you should agree with her.
Let's pull this up. Here's a story from CNN. Pam Bondi's hate speech comments lead even some conservatives to cry foul. They say within hours of Charlie Kirk's assassination, Donald Trump signaled a rather curious crackdown. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it. There was no evidence last week that the shooter was anything other than a lone wolf actor, and there still isn't. False. There is evidence because people had foreknowledge. I didn't say proof, but evidence. Try harder, CNN. It wasn't difficult to see how such a thing could get out of hand. And the administration has done little in the days, blah, blah, blah. Conservative activists are already drawing attention to random people who celebrated Kirk's death online, while some GOP lawmakers are pushing for employers to fire workers who posted things such as their lack of sympathy for Kirk's murder. Even Attorney General Pam Bondi and White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller have criticized employees who allegedly refused to print posters honoring Kirk, with Bondi saying they could be prosecuted. Trump on Monday said he'd consider naming far-left Antifa movement domestic terrorists. And people, I'm going to pause real quick. Antifa is an international association. It can be named a foreign terrorist organization. I digress. In the Oval Office on Monday, the president responded to a conservative journalist who said the anti-war protesters near the White House still have their First Amendment right. Yeah, well, I'm not so sure. Through it all, many on the right largely shrugged. Bondi on Monday made it so some of them could no longer shrug. They quickly cried foul over her comments on a podcast that the Justice Department would go after hate speech. The National Review's Charles C. Cook wagered the Supreme Court would reject Bondi's view 9-0. She should know this, Britt Hume said. Conservative radio host Eric Erickson wagered that such a standard could lead to prosecutions of preachers for opposing gay marriage. Even vehemently pro-Trump pundits flatly rejected it. Charlie Kirk literally died defending the principle that Pam Bondi is trashing, said right-wing influencer Hans Monk. Just unreal. Now, the point brought up before this segment is, right now, what we are experiencing is the left using concurrent statements and actions to terrorize and threaten death on people like me. It's personal. And they are doing it in a way where they fragment the threats so they don't cross the threshold into illegality. In order for speech to be illegal, it has to, well, there's a few categories. Fraudulent, meaning you lie to someone with the intent to take resources from them, in which case your presentation and delivery of information, the speech, is actually committing a crime. Crime. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about when does someone say something, and that is creating a clear and imminent threat, which means you have to tell a person, you go do this or do this at this time. So if you told someone to commit a crime and said here at this time, you have created an imminent threat, you have crossed the line, you are a participant in that crime. What we're experiencing now and the challenge we face, the knee-jerk reaction from many conservatives to cry foul over hate speech makes sense, but what's happened is, in the simplest of terms, I'll give you the broad explanation first. Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Prominent liberals are saying he deserved it. And then many others saying, y'all are next, and they're putting up lists. The message is clear. While no individual is telling you you are going, they are instructing someone to kill you, so they've not created an imminent threat. Together, they create an imminent threat where not a single one can be prosecuted. This is speech black bloc tactics, I would call it. Well, let me just wrap this up.
Can I read her quote, because I feel like it's really...
Okay, read the quote.
This is important here because the quotes what fired up a lot of people. She said, there's free speech, then there's hate speech, and there's no place, especially now, especially what happened to, after what happened to Charlie in our society. We will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything that crosses the aisle.
And she's wrong. Because hate speech means using language that demeans a specific social group or class of people.
Yeah.
And that is protected.
Yeah,
and
she's wrong.
That's unambiguous.
And she should resign.
And it's stupid of her to say, and I feel like she's been dropping the ball on this and some other issues. I mean, I really feel like it's a very aggressive, unforced error. Everybody on the right has been slamming her on this one thing.
She makes a lot of them. But so let me clarify something real quick. The issue we're dealing with right now, with that context in mind, is that if an individual said, Tim Pool, I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to do it at this point, like that's a death threat. I can actually contact the FBI, and they will be criminally charged, and I'll get a restraining order or protection or something like that. But when they say someone should kill Tim Pool because he's a Nazi, and then another person says, in response to that post, or just another post, here's Tim Pool's address, another person then responds with, I'm going to come meet you, Tim, at your house at this address, we understand what they did. They fragmented the death threat into 3 pieces so that you can't prosecute any one of them. I then personally have a terroristic threat made against my life, which is explicit and in front of my face, and this has literally been happening, and I'm told by law enforcement we can't do anything about it. They're allowed to do that.
Can I ask you then, how about we get specific and I'll give you an example. There's a prominent leftist Twitch creator that constantly promotes violence and uses euphemisms of violence against the right and justifies violence against the right. Do you think they should be banned off Twitch?
Mm-hmm.
Who?
I'm talking about Hassan, yeah.
Well, I'll be careful to say I haven't seen enough of Hassan's content, and out-of-context videos aren't enough for me to make determination. I've seen the videos that have circulated on X where Hassan said stuff like "got him" and things like that, and
I think he's expressed support or tacit support for Hezbollah, Hamas, terrorist organizations. He said America deserved 9/11, I believe, is one
that's
of
all free speech.
his more famous quotes. Totally, but we're talking about this line, right, of where they're encouraging violence against the right. I know he's going on spiels
my
of
point
encouraging
is-
violence against right-wingers and how the Zionists should be unpersoned. They shouldn't be welcomed in society. They should be treated the way that Nazis were.
I get it. Supporting foreign terror organizations verbally is free speech, explicitly. Supporting Israel or rejecting Israel, you are allowed to express those opinions. Now, if a prominent streamer said, if you didn't want Charlie Kirk, if you wanted Charlie Kirk alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been the president in the second term. And then and a different show, I believe before this, said conservatives need to be made to fear, or conservatives need to fear that they will be killed when they go out. We understand the intention of that when you say, when the first part of that is after Charlie Kirk's assassination. You are saying if you express your political views through the ballot box, the left will murder you. So the message there is now clear, but did it cross the line into illegality? It did not. So it goes right before the line and says, whoa, we know what he's saying, but he didn't say anybody should go individually take an action. Then someone on Instagram or on Threads or on X says, here's an idea, and posts a list of names. My name's in it. And I know what the context of that means. Everyone does. A judge would. They'd look at that and say, we know exactly what you were saying with that. But it doesn't cross the line. We now live in a society where I can look at Tweedledee and Tweedledum, send me a death threat because one talks and the other finishes, and the law does nothing about it. Now, we all agree, as a society, the law says you can't send death threats. You can't issue death threats, verbally, written, or otherwise. That's a crime. But when Tweedledee says, I think someone needs to kill a Nazi, and then Tweedledum goes, hey, look, everyone, there's the Nazi, we know that they just said, go kill him. And we've seen this taking place. When Luke Rudkowski was mercilessly beaten in Germany because some random guy pointed at him and yelled, Nazi Schweinhund, and the other random people ran up and started punching him, and they didn't even know why. They didn't know or care. It is a mob. And when we see this was what? 7 years ago. Luke was pummeled and beaten in Germany. A journalist with another young journalist, they were both beaten, and one had serious damage to his, I think, to his knee, because someone yelled Nazi. We know why they say this. I think Phil and Blair had a similar tweet. They don't call you a fascist because they want to kill you. They what is it? They quote?
Don't call you a fascist because they want to kill you. They call you a fascist in order to make it okay to kill you. They don't believe you're a fascist.
I'm sorry. They don't want to kill you because they're fascists. Yes. They call you a fascist so that they can kill you.
Yeah.
So here's the issue right now. I agree. Pam Bondi's statement was bad. However, how do we reconcile that with the internet and social media, the ability of individuals to collectively issue death threats, they're now immune from prosecution? On top of that, I will add, Antifa and far-left black bloc tactics have made them immune from prosecution as well for physical violence. Because like we saw in 2017, when 200 or so individuals got together, organized, and wore the same thing, they set fires to the streets, they smashed windows, and when the police arrested them, they had the charges dropped, sued the city, and won. The city couldn't prosecute any individual because the argument is always, is there reasonable doubt? And when you ask a jury, they say, what clothes was the man wearing? A black hoodie, a black mask, sunglasses, and black jeans. And you grabbed him after he threw a Molotov cocktail. I did. And how many other people were there wearing a black hoodie, sunglasses, a black mask, and black jeans? And 200? So how do you know you grabbed the right guy? Because I saw him do it. And then the defense looks at the jury and says, do you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that that man grabbed the right guy? And they go, no, acquitted, free to go. They have made themselves immune to prosecution when they firebomb buildings. They have made themselves immune to prosecution when they issue death threats. What do we do? Well, honest question. because they've exploited our goodwill and our it's called the liberal democracy. I know it's not an actual democracy, but we refer to societies where we allow the individuals to have representation, constitutional republic with democratically democratically elected representatives. They have exploited the system we've built. They are destroying the fabric of it because it was intended for a good moral people who act in good faith, and they don't. So I'm just saying this. The question before us right now is,
in the system.
If someone goes online and makes a veiled threat that can be interpreted as one, like we know what they're saying. When someone says something like, just found your address online, Tim Pool, I'm coming to meet you. How's Charlie? That's free speech. But you know what the intention is. And they're doing things like that like crazy. Yeah. They're posting online saying, how's your friend Charlie? How are things going out in West Virginia? Here's a list of people that we're going to put out there just because. Then someone says something like, I think I'm going to follow up on that list exactly how you'd expect. They're making TikTok videos where they say, who's going to go do it? You know what it means. And everyone knows what it means, but it's free speech.
Yeah.
Normally,
we can't function this way.
When you take the puzzle piece, each person's statement is a piece of a puzzle that makes an obvious image. It's conspiracy. But you need a crime to have happened for it to become known as a conspiracy. Until then, it's like, can't prove that they're conspiring until something bad happens. And you're like, I don't know. But I keep looking at Saul Alinsky, dude. Saul Alinsky, who wants to, I don't know if he's communist or what, rules for radicals. The real action is in the enemy's reaction. That is what we have to be aware of, is that whatever the reaction to this is, it's not an answer, but
that's my point. The left has boxed us in intentionally to make a choice. They can either terrorize us and engage in overt stochastic terrorism, that's their term, or we can ask Trump to put a stop to it. Either way, they have a contingency in place. It's a rock and a hard place. But I'll just point out this. We've highlighted this quite a bit recently. D.C. to pay $1.6 million to settle claims from 2017 Inauguration Day demonstrations.
Infuriating.
The government charged these individuals in the black bloc, these far leftists, with conspiracy because their argument is when you all dress the same to cover up the crimes of those around you and make it hard to prosecute, you have conspired. They lost, were sued, and lost again, and we, the taxpayer, paid $1.6 million to far leftists who we know, and I filmed, firebomb.
I can't believe that they lost that court case. And it's likely because of who the actual judge was in it, because it's a judge appointed by the left. He was a leftist, and he didn't think they did anything particularly bad. And it's horrible that we have to live under this situation. But the only thing I can think of is
these liberal judges, man.
Do everything you can to have conservatives appointing the judges. But that's not actually a solution.
Well, I just think Tim's point, I mean, put it perfectly, is they're exploiting our goodwill, and like carefully using that word exploiting. I mean, because you just have to believe these people when they say these things. Like that's just the point we're at. Is I don't know how many more people will have to die until conservatives realize this. Is like you have to believe these people when they're saying these things.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's jump to this poll from YouGov. As far as you know, is the person who shot Charlie Kirk a Democrat, Republican, neither, or not sure? Among all adults, 21% of adults think that the shooter was a Democrat. 24% think he was a Republican. That means the public would be wrong. 15% said neither, and 40% said not sure. Before we move forward with the rest of this, I want to show you this article from The Telegraph. Charlie Kirk suspect was in romantic relationship with transgender roommate. Tyler Robinson was arrested after someone he was living with handed evidence to the FBI. I don't think it is typical of Republicans to be having romantic relationships with trans people, unless the left wants to argue now that the right is pro-trans. Let me make sure I can get more context for you and pull up a statement from the Utah governor so we can add to this. And we will use, let's see. Let's go with The Independent, and we'll grab a couple more just to make sure this is clear. Charlie Kirk shooting suspect was on the left, but motive still unclear. Utah governor says. Let's try another source. Let's do the Washington Post. Here we go. A separate source. Kirk shooting suspect had leftist ideology, but motive unclear. Okay, I think the Washington Post, the Telegraph, and the Independent are good enough sources for those that are watching this video to now understand that while this guy was not a Democrat or a Republican, he was a left-aligned individual, which puts him in the Democrat political camp. So this is a poorly worded question, to be completely honest, but the answers given are remarkable. By region, this is funny. In the Northeast, 20% said Democrat, 23 Republican. The Midwest, 25 said Democrat, 24 said Republican. You want to know why that is? Because y'all in the Midwest are big viewers of Timcast IRL. Thank you for watching.
Very good.
It actually is true. Chicago is our biggest, probably because I'm Chicago politics. Let's go by gender. 22% of males think he's a Democrat, 24 a Republican. 20% of females a Democrat, 25% a Republican, which they'd be wrong. By politics, Democrats, when asked, as far as you know, is the person who shot Charlie Kirk, 41% said he was a Republican. 41% of Democrats incorrectly said the shooter was a Republican. Why? Because liberals, like Politics Girl, who I believe is Midas Touch, fabricated information and flooded the zone, she among many, and I believe it was intentional to confuse and obfuscate the fact that it appears the motivating factor of Charlie Kirk's assassination was transgender ideology. I will stress, while transgender ideology isn't typically associated with left economic policy, it is progressive ideology. And there's one important distinction here. If you are, quote unquote, on the left, there is no issue whatsoever in you publicly stating you don't want socialist economic policy. They won't care. There are only a couple of issues that you can say that will excise you from the left. And one of them is opposition to gender ideology, which puts it squarely on the left. So if you think a Republican had a transgender lover, that's very strange considering what Democrats actually fight for. Now, when Republicans were asked, 40% said he was a Democrat. To be fair, Democrat aligned makes sense, but the question is poorly worded as he was politically unaffiliated, in which case neither is technically the correct answer. But if this is why, if you're actually asking
if he was
this
leftist
question,
or if
you
he
should
was
respond with
right.
left aligned, right aligned, or liberal or conservative leaning. But we understand the intent behind this. Democrats are wrong, Republicans are right. Democrats were tricked into believing something that is not true. How do we function when you have people like Jimmy Kimmel intentionally lying, Politics Girl intentionally lying, the Krasensteins, Destiny, all of them, and they know they're lying? I am not playing this game. I am not stupid, and I will not be manipulated by people who are going to try and tear on your heartstrings and exploit your goodwill while they advocate for death and murder. They know they're lying. Why? Some of these things are so absurd to believe in the first place that you have to intentionally, look, you'd have to be developmentally disabled to make some of these statements that these people have made. Like Jimmy Kimmel doesn't have a team of people who can use Google. How many press conferences have we had where they're like, he had a trans lover and he was leftist aligned? The Guardian reported that he had his friend said he was a leftist, the only left person in his family. The mother stated that he had been pushed to the left, that the father called him because the father was upset that the kid was dating a man, that the guy was dating a man, that he was gay. Axios reported the Groyper thing was a lie. Axios reported 6 independent sources familiar with the investigation said the motivating factor may be his transgender lover. I think they said roommate. And Democrats still believe fake reality. So when Politics Girl makes a video and she's like, turns out he came from a conservative background and the engravings on the gun were just markings from a manufacturer. There is no way she wasn't aware that she was reading lies directly into the camera. How do you live in a place like this?
It's tough because they're doing their best to place the blame, on conservatives. And this is kind of modus operandi, like the way that the ADL had accumulate or taken the information that they got for that the right is actually responsible for most of the political violence and stuff. They went into prisons, and every time there was a white supremacist that got into a fight with someone, they called that politically motivated, and it's intended to create this narrative that the left never does anything wrong, and it's always the right. And when it is the left, well, it was justified. And you can see that by the way people reacted on TikTok and on Instagram and Reels and stuff like that. It's
I just saw a post from Andy No. Shout out to Andy No. Something I hadn't considered in the previous story, but I'll bring up now as we're in the general conversation. I think it is now fair to say that we have proof that we literally just showed. The shooter did not act alone. Andy No has a great post. The shooter, according to the messages released by, I believe, by the DOJ and the sheriff and the police, was of the shooter instructing his lover to destroy incriminating evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And they had stressed that the letter that said he was going to kill Charlie had been destroyed, and they found forensic evidence of it. And the messages that they recovered from Discord, I believe they said had been destroyed, which would imply that while he may not have organized, we may not have direct proof that the shooter organized the assassination with help. I think we have evidence that he did. Other people knew about it, so perhaps he worked. Fair point. Perhaps he worked alone, but he told people what he was doing. However, as far as the crime goes, yeah, I can't believe I missed this one. Shout out Andy No. Instructing an individual to destroy evidence implicates you in that crime.
Mm-hmm.
Not for the murder, but for the destruction of evidence.
If they actually destroy the evidence, yeah.
And they did.
Which they did.
That's what I asked on that segment earlier. Did he actually destroy the text messages? And if he did, he becomes an accomplice.
You're right. Yeah,
deleting them counts as destroying evidence, right?
I believe yes.
It does. If someone tells you they just committed a felony and you delete it, and they say please delete it, and you delete it, you're accomplice.
But not just that. I believe that it was Cash. I could be wrong. Someone had made a statement that there was a letter saying that the shooter said he had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and he was going to do it. They said the note was destroyed, but they found forensic evidence of it. I thought it was a digital message. From what they've reported, it was a note he wrote and put under his keyboard, and then told his lover to lift the keyboard and take a look, who saw the letter.
Yeah, would like to see that letter.
If that indeed was destroyed, then I believe it's probably many felonies?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Interesting.
That'd probably be a felony. Count every message that
Three
they
of them.
deleted, they'd probably count as a...
So
investigation.
To the point of this YouGov poll. Guys, subscribe to my channel, @TimPool. It's on Rumble and YouTube. New videos. I did a review assessments reaction to a video from a YouTube channel called Moon, where he argued the assassination of Charlie Kirk will bring about civil war. That was the title. And he points out that, as we have, there is no reconciliation because each group lives in an entirely different universe. And that means that the other group becomes an existential threat. I think it is clear to say right now, I have proven to all of you, the shooter was not a Republican. If your argument is that Republicans are transphobic, then you have a cognitive dissonance, because why would a Republican that you believe is transphobic be living with a trans roommate and kill one of the most, if not the most prominent conservative activist in the country? That does not make a lick of sense. Furthermore, I've shown you numerous articles and statements showing that
That'll be freezing.
A leftist-aligned person with a trans roommate, so it is clear. If you still believe that the shooter was a Republican, you have cognitive dissonance.
If you're in Alaska, though, it's possible.
It is clear now to all of you who don't that Democrats clearly do. How do we live in a society with terroristic threats, violence, assassinations?
The polar bear baptism.
Also not an exaggeration.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say real quick is this isn't even like 2020 where you could chalk this up to propaganda or gaslighting or that sort of thing.
Pull this up?
You have
Not even a joke.
mainstream outlets saying this guy was a leftist, and
Well, good for you for getting baptized.
It's
the steps.
So it's you can't even chalk this one up to propaganda this time. This is just straight up cognitive dissonance. This is straight up
cognitive dissonance for some, but it's also there's a motivation to deceive.
There's a huge social incentive right now to double down on this.
Mm-hmm.
So earlier we were asking, what should the response be given all these threats, given that the Constitution was made for a moral and religious people, and leftists in our country are not that? How do
the morality of the country is gone.
Bending at the fabric of our Constitution and our society. I think we need to double down on the values that Charlie Kirk espoused and continue his legacy and how he went about his advocacy. I think when people try to terrorize conservative outside of college campuses, we need to double down and continue going to college campuses. I don't think we need to run away from free speech. I think we need to double down on free speech. I think cracking down on free speech would be antithetical to all of Charlie Kirk's values. So I think, Tim, I think you have like a
Might as well
reason to
go
be
camping
afraid
while you're
and
at
concerned
it.
about going to Charlie
If you're
Kirk's
trekking
wedding.
like
But I
that.
think like
Funeral. Yeah. Although he did have a great video about how men wear black at their wedding because it's a kind of
I
funeral.
watched
the values he talked about were getting
the
married,
one
getting married
dad
early.
up in Alaska, northern Canada, that really does the winter survival, camping out. How he makes like all the different snow shelters and everything. Pretty interesting how you're able to survive.
In being religious, but I guess
And he's got good tips on it too.
Would really only encourage more terrorism because
Yeah,
you'd accomplish
outdoors
their
boy.
goal, and you'd be further incentivizing their goal. Also, recently came out the speakers for Charlie Kirk's memorial service. President Trump, Vice
I enjoy
President
watching
Trump,
his stuff.
Erica Kirk, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, RFK Jr., Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump Jr.
Indeed.
So
Indeed.
I think it would be meaningful if you were able to arrive too.
Yeah, I'm not like a speaker or anything like that.
Yeah.
And they have secure sections for high-profile individuals, and it's a weird thing to say, but I have so many death threats. The question is not the event, which would obviously
I
be
hope
amazing.
Tim gets to go to that funeral though for Charlie Kirk.
Look, it's an extremely high-profile event
It's very high profile.
in Arizona, and this means that
I
I
would like to go too, but
a
that's
24/7
very
security detail. I'll be confined to my
pretty
hotel. This is
decent
the
flight
reality
away
of
for
going
me.
into places like this right now. Where
It's easier for me to get to Florida than it is to get to Arizona.
I can do the basic disguise thing and, try and figure things out and do stuff like that. And my point is
I'll
not
stream it though,
that
probably.
I wouldn't go. The point is not that
On the
fear has
21st,
kept me
this
confined
Sunday.
to my house and I won't even go outside anymore or anything like that. No, there's a thing called courage. Courage does not mean you don't have fear. It means that even when you're afraid, you still push forward.
Mm-hmm.
The issue that I bring up with this debate is that they have created an air of terror that, for a fact, I already who were we talking with? Connor Tomlinson, when he said there were conservatives who did not go to the Unite the Kingdom rally because of the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Charlie Kirk is assassinated by a leftist. Now I think it's fair to say confirmed. And they go online and say, "You are next. We know where you are and we're coming for you." The purpose is to terrify as many people as possible. And to be completely honest, the threat of death is real. It's a real death threat. So you've now got to weigh the risks you are willing
Yeah,
to
they're
take.
just playing games with the wording so they don't get in trouble.
And so the question of the
I'm watching
university
it
event
all
that I was gonna
day
do
on
with
X.
Alex Stein, that was going to be in a month, and we're canceling that. I think Alex said he was canceling all of his university events because you can't secure it. Does it make sense in a time of political assassinations and death threats for me to go out in the public to try and talk with 500 people when I can do my show and reach millions? Why would I risk losing my opportunity to speak and call these things out for that? And so for that, we've canceled it. That being said, for the events that we're doing for the Culture War Live, they're indoor with full security screenings. We are still making concessions. I've long said I believe in the Second Amendment, and if I'm going to go in public and people want to be armed, then so be it. But now the question is, I can't because they're actively trying to kill us, expressing their desire to do so, and largely getting away with threats.
I think you're right, Elad, that we do. Phil, sorry, I'll rattle this off and then jump over to you really quick. That we do need to double down on Charlie's message, which is free speech. That is the essence. But the tactics, we've got to be smart, because if you're in combat and an enemy develops a new artillery that can hit your far back line and they wipe out squadrons of men, you don't go, you know what? I'm going to keep doing it because it's the right. And you stop moving people into that position. You start moving into different positions.
Thank
now
you
that
for the
there's a new
follow,
tactic.
Del.
This isn't about free speech.
Right.
This is not about free speech. The point, the reason why Tim is
About
talking
the subliminal
about safety
terroristic
issues and whether or not he's
messaging
going
that
to
they're
go
doing.
is because this is about terrorism. We keep bringing up free speech as if this is about reasonable discourse. This is not about discourse. This is about intent to chill political political expression. It's about terrorism. So continuing to talk about this as if it's a free speech issue is an error. It's not about free speech.
This is the very essence of how we speak out against the tyranny. This is the point. Okay, then. Do you think we should arrest someone who says, hey, Tim, I'm coming to meet you. I got your address.
Yes.
How's your friend Charlie doing?
No, I understand the points that you're making.
Should that person be arrested?
No, they shouldn't.
I'm asking
you.
I
wasn't talking to you.
Okay,
but the point, but no, he shouldn't. I don't think that he should. But that's. I understand the points that you're making. But the topic that we're actually discussing, that we should be discussing, is how the federal government is going to.
I mean, I know it's not free speech that infringes on the free speech,
express
but
themselves politically. Of course, we
I think
can't
they
do
need to deal
anything
with the
about
consequences.
people that are going to make illusions and say things like that. And
I think the illusion of it is
people to try to intimidate, multiple statements to try to intimidate people. But the point is, we need to use all of the powers of the federal government to prevent these types of actions from happening in the first place.
That's not possible.
they need to investigate those with.
Protect yourself. It's not the federal government. No, it's not possible.
Ian.
It's you. Amy Klobuchar today was talking to Kash Patel at the Senate hearing, and she had this really great statement for about 2 minutes before it turned into garbage. And she was saying, I'm sorry for your loss. This political violence is really bad. Charlie Kirk, shouldn't have been killed. There was Minnesota lawmakers. They also died. Kash said, I'm sorry for your loss as well. This is really bad. And then she said, the right's doing it, and we need to ban guns. Banning guns will not do anything. You
doesn't make a change. This is the conversation. They're just trying to go after assault rifles when the dude used a bolt-action rifle. It's like he used a standard hunting rifle.
It's impossible. The government cannot keep you safe. It is impossible. The government struggles to keep itself safe.
Yeah, but I think they should investigate those that are throwing these subsequent
So then they carry screwdrivers and they ban screwdrivers.
Subversive threats, I guess you could say.
And they ban that. And then someone takes
for
a
more
padlock and they're like, you're going to wrap a shoelace around that padlock and ban that. People will
That's
find
what the NSA was doing, I guess, back in the day. Why they got shut down in a way.
Hyperpolarization and conflict.
Not fully, but
that there is nothing the federal government can do that will stop a single lunatic leftist from taking a knife, showing up at a conservative event, and in a split second, that knife can take out a lot of people.
I kept thinking about things we've all talked about, and particularly where's the off ramp? A question that's been in my head for a week.
It's past.
We're past the off ramp today on YouTube. I'm the off ramp. You are the off ramp if you want to be. It's a constant struggle. It will never stop. It's like driving through a road and we're taking shots. We have a mission.
But beyond that, we should also be very careful to project what Charlie's reaction to this would be. Because the next closest person is Erica Kirk, and she was very explicit that we need to crush this political violence, and she gave Trump the green light to do what he needs to do to end this. So it's we should also be very careful, projecting, oh, Charlie was the free speech guy. And it's he was, but the paradigm has changed. This is not just free speach explicitly. They're literally sending explicit threats in Minecraft because they think that's a loophole. And it's enough.
Look, I get death threats myself. I got a very explicit one today on X, and I retweeted it just because I want to make sure that these things are public. But the fact of the matter is, like you said, Erica Kirk made the point that this is not just about a free speech issue. And I understand everyone here is talking about, how can the government do this? How can the government do that? The government has in the past gone to pretty sizable lengths to stop terrorism. We had the whole war on terror, and there are all of the levers of power that the federal government had to use during the war on terror. They still have.
NSA, all that.
They actually used them. What?
And look what we're dealing with.
Well, that's true, but they haven't used them against the left. They ended up turning them towards the Republicans, to be honest with you. But the point that I'm making is there are things that the government can do. Nothing will ever be perfect. I'm not saying that they can protect every single person completely and totally. And Ian, you brought up the Second Amendment. Look who you're talking to. I mean, I'm the guy that always carries, right? I'm the guy that always has guns on him. So it's not like I don't understand what you're saying. And it's not like I'm saying, oh, we should offload our individual protection to the government. But this isn't about just protecting individuals. This is about going after the organizations, because Antifa, even though they are they're not a specific organization, they are a loosely affiliated group of people. There are still ways to go after them. And the government should be doing that. And that activity, that operation by the government, will put pressure on people that might say things or might take matters into their own hand. They're going to say, I don't know, it's not worth it for me to make these jokes. And it's not, again, it's not going to be perfect.
I'm not a fan of the Zap Brannigan method. And that is sending in wave after wave of your own men until the killbots reach their preset killbot kill limit.
Right.
And then they just power down. And what I mean by that is the idea that the left has explicitly stated that they will kill us, and they are, and it's happening. And we are concerned that it will escalate. The idea that we will just keep sending the most prominent into the fray in the exact same way is kind of a dumb idea. Like hoping at some point leftists just get tired of it and stop.
Yeah, they won't.
So now, to be fair,
always be a new one to take their place.
The way I've often described it is if you actually read and watch the news, leftist violence happens the most. They lie, of course, through institutions and manipulation to claim it's the right, but that's not true. However, violence aligned with...
I saw a poll today that was saying that it was like 74% was the right violence, and they're including
now, for the left,
in jail gang violence as being right-leaning
in the past couple of years.
Violence.
We've had now several transgender mass shooters. It's rather alarming. And so even what we would describe as the blunt already being on the left, but what we describe as the acute being right-wing is now being dominated by the left. And the blunt, which has always been left-wing, is also dominated by the left wing. So they've clearly taken the cake. Even Stephen Marsh, who's a liberal, has admitted this in his article for The Independent. So the argument is, what I'm saying, we should not just be, hey, Charlie Kirk, his life was taken by a leftist because he was doing these things. Let's send a bunch of more people to go do the exact same thing and just like send them into the battlefield to fight the killbots. There is an argument, to be honest, that maybe if we were like, hey, everybody, let's all go out and do the exact same thing out in the open where people are going to try and shoot you, because if you die, then America snaps to attention, because if another political assassination would be devastating. This country would fall apart overnight.
Oh, yeah.
I think what we actually do is we assess the circumstances and adapt our strategies. We don't stop, we double down, but we don't just say, hey, I should continue my college event and go out and stand in the public in front of several hundred people with an event that's impossible to secure. That makes no sense.
Yeah, it's a multi-tiered solution. It's not any one thing. The free speech is the long goal, of course, the Constitution upholding that. And then in the immediate situation, you need to tamp down on terrorist organizations. And using the federal government for that, I fully agree with you.
I have a question for you.
I also, though, I'm concerned about what the definition of terrorist is.
I do want to discuss that. But real quick, I have a question for the audience. And I have a question for you guys here. I've only talked about this somewhat privately, but considering what's going on, I think it's fine to ask this question publicly, although I was thinking before I probably should, but I will. What do you think would happen in the United States if another prominent right-aligned personality was assassinated in a similar fashion?
I think people will get in the streets.
A week or two.
Patrick Bet-David said basically what you just said, that could be the end of it. Right?
You would get tit-for-tat violence potentially, but the thing about the United States, the way it's structured, like our cities are structured, is it doesn't facilitate a right-wing mass mobilization, just because people, like conservatives, live in the suburbs and rural areas, so they can't just like drive into downtown and park to riot. So you wouldn't see any like rioting. The left, on the other hand, can mobilize overnight, riot, et cetera, et cetera.
The question is,
so you would get tit for tat.
They burn down their own cities.
The truth of the matter is that maybe the Republicans would benefit next in the next midterm election, but I frankly believe that
you think nothing would happen.
For the most part, people have very short memories, unfortunately. The attitudes in the country might be tense for a bit, but writ large...
So hold on, let's rephrase. Just to make sure I get what you're saying correctly.
Yeah.
If following 1 week after Charlie Kirk's assassination, another prominent high-profile conservative is assassinated,
Tucker Carlson,
you think people would go, huh?
They wouldn't go, Donald Trump may attend their funeral. Pam Bondi would put out a strong statement. I'm sure many congressmen, including some Democrat congressmen, would condemn it. But writ large, it would affect the electorate up until maybe the midterms that may be coming up in a year or so, a little bit over a year and a half or what have you. But we have short memories. And the president literally got shot and was almost assassinated. And if nothing happened there,
no,
I don't really see why it would go anywhere further or much crazier if it was some commentator.
Because he lived.
Yeah,
I honestly
he lived,
think
but
that at the
he
point that we're at
controlled
right
the
now,
situation, I guess you could
that
say.
might get conservatives to protest and demonstrate in the street. Now, I'm not talking about actually doing anything. I'm not talking about big riots, but I think that like you would see a lot more vigils because even with Charlie there, candlelight vigils, you would see more conservatives going and doing
bigger
things again, not rioting. This wouldn't be like, I'm not implying that it would be like as if a prominent Democrat got killed, but I do think that you might see conservatives out doing more vigils, doing more of what they did for Charlie.
I think that if within the span of a week or two, following the assassination of Charlie Kirk, another prominent conservative voice personality was killed, you would get there would be extreme anger and rage manifesting in isolated areas among the right. But the right doesn't have anything to protest in this regard. It's leftist extreme violence. What you'd likely see is, first, a lot of public attendance to meetings. There'd be people, you'd have meetings, like really, really low tier stuff. Something you probably wouldn't even notice. I believe that Donald Trump would issue a direct statement over the threat of far left terror expanding because of the shock to the system that was Charlie Kirk's death. I think they said only 4 NFL teams didn't honor him. Short memory? No. Nearly every single football stadium had a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. The Yankees did. In Vegas on the marquees, they put up memorials for Charlie Kirk. There were a moment of silence for him across the border. All of these mainstream institutions. The New York Times put a memorial on their menu bar. If, within the span of a week, another shock like that happened, you'd get the boot down by Trump, and I believe the Democratic Party would basically cease to exist. And I'm saying if it was explicitly like a Democrat ideologically aligned individual who did it, Trump would come out and say, this has crossed the line. We are entering into extreme, territory. This country cannot handle this level of violence. And I'm saying the same thing, meaning you get more celebrations from the left, you get more mockery, you get more lies. I think this country would overnight, it would be unrecognizable to you. This is when Donald Trump invokes the Insurrection Act with impunity. This is when federal law enforcement is dispatched, and there are no Democrats willing to step up against it because they know what the left did to incite it.
Except for like AOC and
things like this is crossing a line and it shouldn't happen. But for the most part, they'd be terrified. They'd be saying, I don't know what to do because all of my constituents are terrified of the assassins, not of law enforcement, and they want the law enforcement. So those Democrats shut up. Donald Trump then goes in, ICE enforcement. You'd get pockets of leftist insurgency. They're already doing it. And what was it? 2 ICE guys got seriously injured. One guy in Chicago got nearly run over and shot and killed the illegal immigrant. Happening in Florida. That kind of stuff would expand. I don't think. What I think is actually terrifying in this context is, did you guys know that 2 guys tried planting a bomb on a Fox News truck in Utah?
Absolutely.
Did you guys know that an ICE officer was trying to arrest an illegal who then sped off and was dragging him, so he shot and killed the guy? And I believe that happened again in Florida shortly after. There are stories that are terrifying that are in the news that we're not actually talking about. These are domestic issues where we are seeing the left engage in serious violence, and it's swept under. So my fear is if we are dangerously close to the precipice. The Charlie Kirk assassination was several things. He was a moderate. That terrifies people. He preached debate and free speech, and they killed him. Horrifying. He was young. That really scares people. He had a family, and his family watched him die. That terrifies people. All of these are compounding effects. But I hate to say this, and I hate to be crude, but I believe the most impactful issue relating to Charlie Kirk's death was that the gruesome way in which he died visibly to the public, which shocked regular people to their core to see, not in a movie, but the actual merciless killing, which resulted in such a horrific injury that everyone watched. Whether or not you knew who he was or did not, regular people cried when they saw that because it's a horrific, graphic moment. That terrifies
Well, and
people.
you can feel the spiritual
So
pivot.
everyone's on edge right now. I do agree with you to a certain extent, Elad, that people have a short memory because already we're starting to see more and more liberals come out with glee and lie about Charlie Kirk a week out.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like an overheating. The pot has boiled over and is starting to simmer down. We are dangerously close. If something comparable happened, the pot's popping.
I struggle to see a coherent response from the current administration already to respond to Charlie Kirk's assassination, is why I'm so skeptical of if there were, God forbid, another attack on some prominent conservative, that they'd have a much better way of responding. I don't foresee them again really cracking down on free speech laws, even though that's kind of the first thing that they went to. I don't know if I need to recite this because we've heard this argument a million times. If a Democrat administration were to get in, they'd abuse these hate speech laws against the Republicans.
Right. And I'm going to stop you there because we're well beyond that argument. Meaning, we've already watched Democrats arrest the front runner for their opposing party. The argument that if Democrats win, our speech is threatened is ridiculous because I'm actually more concerned about who they're going to execute and arrest.
Yep.
All right, then anti-free speech laws are antithetical to our Constitution.
So let me make the point again. Throwing a full bucket of water onto your kitchen floor is a bad idea. It'll cause water damage. But when your house is on fire, it's exactly what you should do.
Sure, but Democrats argue that about the Second Amendment, and I disagree with them on that, on the Second Amendment. They'd say, there's too much...
I think it's fair to point out that some people are stupid and other people are not. And the point is, when they make arguments that hate speech is an existential threat, we know they're psychotic. When we make the argument that assassinating Charlie Kirk and threatening death on conservatives for voting for Trump is an existential threat, that's a fact base because Charlie Kirk was killed. So the point is, we can't question people's speech. Democrats will do bad things to us. You mean like kill people or try to put the president in prison? Which they're still
they've
trying
already
to do.
tried to,
They're
and
just
they're
stuck
trying
because it's
to.
the presidency and they can't prosecute him.
What was the today? What was the program that that Kash Patel and
Arctic? What is it? Arctic Tundra or Arctic Fox?
Arctic something.
Arctic Frost.
The government. They're using the government.
Let's do this. I'm sorry to cut into super chat time. Here's a story from
Before
the
you
New
do,
York
I gotta go. I'm actually hosting Inverted World tonight. Shane Cashman's going to be out, so I'm going to be over there. It starts at 10 p.m. on Inverted World. I believe YouTube's going to send you over there. Check it out. I'll be there. Thank you guys for having me tonight. Excellent conversation, guys. See
you later, man.
Bye.
Here's a story from the New York Post. FBI Arctic Frost probe targeted nearly 100 GOP groups, including Charlie Kirk's TPUSA. This, of course, was exposed by Senator Grassley in the hearing with Kash Patel earlier. They say an FBI investigation launched in the wake of the 2020 election scrutinized nearly 100 Republican and GOP-aligned groups, including Turning Point USA. Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley published files related to the probe, codenamed Arctic Frost, during a panel hearing, saying the records revealed Arctic Frost was much broader than just an electoral matter, and that the investigation expanded to Republican organizations. Some examples of the groups that Ray's FBI sought to place under political investigation included the Republican National Committee, Republican Attorneys General Association, and Trump political groups, Grassley went on. Let me just make it clear. The argument that, oh no, we can't because Democrats would later, Democrats already did. And we are, let me say this. I think the left wants a civil war in this country because it is the only way they can destroy the Constitution, which basically protects us. It's tattered to shreds. It isn't the only thing that protects us, but that written document makes it very difficult for the left to make dramatic revolutionary change. Were a civil war to happen, they can rewrite whatever they want. So they are intentionally creating circumstances by which
I don't know
this
that they
conflict
would.
arises. Democrats are more than happy to oblige. They have tried. They arrested Trump several times. They have tried to put him in prison. They are still trying to put him in prison, but it's frozen because Trump is currently president. A left-aligned individual said that Charlie was too hateful to be negotiated with, and so this assassin, allegedly, innocent until proven guilty, but it looks like the evidence they've released so far is pretty damning. This left-aligned individual shot and murdered Charlie Kirk. We are in an untenable circumstance. They are issuing death threats and veiled threats, publishing addresses, trying to get prominent individuals killed. What can we do? We can say, hold on, we are not going to go after them because they've used loopholes in how they speak so that we can't prosecute them. They've used loopholes in how they commit acts of physical violence and vandalism so we can't prosecute them. So we'll sit back and let them do it. And what will you get? The far left will riot, smash, burn, destroy things. And we'll sit back and say, but you can't prosecute because we can't figure out who individually they are. And they'll keep doing it. And if you try to prosecute them under conspiracy, we saw what happened in D.C., they'll sue you and they'll win. That's when we follow the liberal rules, the classical liberal rules, which we believe in, we want to. But unfortunately, as the founding fathers stated, these rules only work for a moral and what did they say? Moral and religious?
Virtuous.
Virtuous, was that what it was?
It's religious and moral people to John Adams.
Yes, religious and moral people. That means we create rules and we say, we agree we're trying to live together and we'll abide by these rules. Meanwhile, homie's got aces up his sleeve. And he's like, you got it, buddy. You going to keep playing with them? It's a rock and a hard place. You going to flip the table? Now there's no game for anybody. This is the challenge. The FBI was going after Charlie Kirk's organization, TPUSA. They targeted him. I don't know where we go from here.
Yeah.
This is insane.
It's difficult.
My prediction was going to be that we've already seen the prosecution of prominent liberals. You've got Letitia James being prosecuted, I believe she's got criminal charges for mortgage fraud. They actually launched the charges. Adam Schiff now, I believe is Schiff similarly. So this game is expanding. Is there any reason to believe it stops? Honest question. People tell me I'm fear-mongering for asking this question. I am looking at this like a simple math problem. 2 + 2 = what? You're not going to change the answer. So if they try to arrest Donald Trump, it is entirely predictable that Donald Trump's DOJ and others, along with Trump, would then go after these individuals in any way they can. Mortgage fraud, they found a way. They killed Charlie Kirk. What happens next? Trump says, Pam Bondi says, we're going to go after them. Someone asked Trump, but I think those protesters still have their free speech. I'm not so sure. It's predictable. Two hyper-polarized sides. Neither will back down because both sides want to maintain their moral worldview. And I'll keep it real simple. In what reality will a conservative agree to live in a country that legalizes child sex changes? They're going to say no to that.
No.
And I know this is just one granular political issue, but it's an example. There are issues by which conservatives say, I will not abide. And the liberals look at them back and say, neither will I. Then what? That's why some people have been advocating for years now national divorce, which wouldn't solve the problem because, if Arizona got split from the rest of the country, or look, Arizona needs water from other places. The Great Lakes have a lot of it. There's food shipped all over this country. There are trade routes that are entwined. And if resources were cut off, including weapons and military, then you are going to get fighting. Imagine what would happen if the Colorado River got dammed upstream from LA. Because they said, we have no negotiating, no treaties with you. Imagine if these states went to California and said, because there's no longer a federal government overseeing this, we're willing to give you water, but your 13 million people in LA are going to have to tithe to us. War. So I hope and I beg.
You can't do war without water, though.
Going to escalate. And I say it every time, maybe this is the time people finally wake up. But take a look at what Mehdi Hasan did. This guy published a list of fake quotes from Charlie Kirk. They are out of context, spliced, so that it makes Charlie sound really, really bad. Why? Because he wants to make sure liberals feel okay with the fact that one of them murdered him. So they can say, yes, assassinations are bad, but look how awful this guy was. And then liberals go, yeah, assassinations are bad, but he was the devil, right? That's where we're at. What happens next?
Political violence has become an approved and acceptable a part of our political process, such that you're seeing people like Mehdi Hasan after the fact try to tacitly say that it was okay, not explicitly say it, but saying, oh, look at all these terrible quotes he had, or look what he said about Gaza, or look at he'd probably argue that Charlie Kirk supported the genocide, alleged genocide in Gaza, and therefore it's justified in killing him or whatnot. But as we're seeing, the more this becomes become more acceptable, I think there's no reason to see to predict less political violence in our political process. I think it would be naive to think otherwise. I think people are continuing to dehumanize the other political side. People on the left think conservatives simply aren't human. They think that Zionists simply aren't human. We've been seeing violence towards them. And I mean, we've also been seeing it in the reverse. Some people on the right also dehumanize people on the left, such to the degree that I wouldn't be surprised if we saw political violence against them in the future as well. It's also unfortunate that it seems that this violence is effective in their goal. They managed to take out a major figure on the right that will be irreplaceable.
Well, I mean, that's why these condemnations from the left are just useless, because they're saying, okay, it's wrong that Kirk died, but then they add so many qualifiers onto it, so they can signal to their side that, well, I'm still dehumanizing. Don't worry, I'm still saying he's a fascist Nazi, but I have to put this in here for PR reasons that it's wrong that he was killed. So it's like, even in their condemnations, it's still not turning the temperature down whatsoever. And this is only coming from the left. I mean, if this happened to a left-wing person, the entire right would say this is wrong, full stop, end of story.
Here's one for you. Let's get as personal as I can. In December of last year, I was informed by my legal team that the DOJ had effectively dropped their investigation of the Russian individuals purportedly secretly funding Tenet. It was gone. As quickly as it emerged, they said, nope. And I was telling them, no, I want all this stuff released. They have besmirched my good name. We had nothing to do with anything untoward. And what are you going to do? You can't make the DOJ. Lauren Chen came out recently and issued a statement that it was formally dropped in all capacity in April. To this day, Democrats still lie and say it's true. So let me just make sure this is very clear to everybody. Not only was it formally dropped, and their argument is, yeah, well, Trump's DOJ did it. They stopped investigating and basically called it off in December. And I stated that at the time, and they ignore it. I think it's fair to state that the intention the whole time in targeting Tenet was it was an October surprise.
Yeah.
It was intended to smear me, Benny, Dave, and others. Take a look at what Dave's content was. It was America's Funniest Home Videos. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
It got limited traction, no disrespect, but he was making videos where he was watching funny videos online and reacting to them. And they claimed that was Russian propaganda. What is the culture war show? We had a discussion recently on religion and AI. We're doing one on exorcisms and demons, totally unrelated to politics for the most part. It was all lies. They came out and made some wild claims. The DOJ did this, issued a press release. Now, I just heard recently that Kash Patel issuing these statements was unprecedented regarding these assassination. There was an article written by some liberal Democrat guy saying that it is a former FBI said it is unheard of for the head of the FBI to come out and make statements like this. Merrick Garland did. He gave a press conference where he talked about this. How weird. How often does he do that? How often does he issue these press conferences? He doesn't. Never did. And then, right after the election, they told my legal team there was no investigation. The case was basically over. What was the point of it in the first place? Yeah. Two people no one ever heard of that we can't confirm exist in a faraway country did something we can't prove. They never published any evidence, but the Democrats act like it's true. I think it's political. I think what the FBI is doing political. I think it's fascinating when I say it is civil strife, political civil war, cold civil war, or whatever. People are like laughable. And then you look at what they're doing. The FBI went after Turning Point. Charlie Kirk is dead now. I think it's broader than people realize, and I think people should have realized the moment they put Trump in cuffs. I mean it figuratively. They gave him the moment they took his mugshot. Trump's at the top. Mm-hmm. If they're going to go for the king, imagine what they're going to do they're going to try to do to everybody else.
He wasn't kidding when he said they're coming after you. I'm just in the way.
100%.
The truest thing he ever said.
Well, I mean, look, the whatever Arctic frost or whatever that proves it.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that the FBI was investigating parents for going to PTA meetings and saying that they didn't like the curriculum. That proves it. And this isn't some kind of theory
Melbourne,
or hypothetical.
Dearborn.
Like
I said Melbourne.
has been
Dearborn.
used against conservatives ever since 2012.
Look at how they're taking advantage of things over there. The mayor of that town is horrible.
So we're going to jump to chats. I know we went way long on this one, but I apologize.
The chats have to say.
This one's got me going. And I got to shout out a sponsor, too, while we still have time. And it's one of my favorites, guys. Shout out to Beam Dream over at shopbeam.com. I drink this every single night. It is amazing and delicious, and I absolutely love it. Helps me sleep. It's got melatonin. It's got all the good stuff. Let me read a little bit for you. We're constantly pulled in 100 directions between news, politics, work, and family. Sleep is the first thing to suffer. Trust me, I felt it every day. And I got to be honest, I didn't even realize my sleep was not as good as it could have been. That's what was really crazy to me, as I was like, I don't know, I think I'm fine, right? I started drinking this every night. After like 2 or 3 days of having a glass before bed, I started to wake up like jumping up full strength. Crazy. My watch right now has made an 82% readiness. That's wild. Anyway, so what I appreciate the most is it's not a quick fix. It's got magnesium, L-theanine. It's got other natural ingredients. It's got melatonin, just 15 calories, no added sugar. It tastes really good, by the way. So if you're struggling with sleep or just want to wake up feeling better, Beam Dream, it's made a big difference for me. And right now, they got a discount code up to 40% off when you use promo code TimPool or use the link in the description below. Check out shopbeam.com/TimPool. And I legit mean it. Like, Beam, I love you guys. Holy crap. Not only is it helping me sleep, but it's just a delicious cup of hot cocoa before bed, which is, and you don't need an excuse for. But I got one, so I'll take it. This stuff's amazing. Let's try and grab as many of your chats and rants as we can. I apologize for going long today, but you see me go off on those rants.
It was worth it.
Kremet says, evidence the Bible is true. In Genesis chapter 1:4, God made male and female, and the enemy spurred division and murder. Today, evil is trying to destroy male and female and encourages murder. Same MO, same enemy. You know, I'll tell you this. There are a lot of things. There are a lot of things that I'm seeing. I don't know. Demons, man. I made that video. It's time to bring back exorcisms. I think demons are real. You guys should check it out. It's on the Tim Pool channel on Rumble and YouTube. Shannon Wilder says, the ABC News clip just goes to show that MSM will stop at nothing to control the narrative. It's sickening. I, Adam, can't wait to get the book and read it from a lectern like a patriotic boss. Adam wasn't actually set to come today. It was next month. I thought something like that would happen. We've had something like that happen before, but we caught it in time. Because if someone says something, like, so basically what happened was, and I'm not on the emails, but I guess he emailed about October 16th. Then our team responded. And then like 2 emails later, they say like the 16th works, and they think the 16th is now referring to September because they missed October, and he thinks it's October, and then we screw up. All right. Shane H. Wilder says, dang, I'll have to buy Tate's book instead. Standing Tall, the Tate Brown story.
I don't know if I'm literate enough to write a book.
I need to watch Charlie
says, don't be naive. Timcast was also
Charlie
spotted
Kirk's
during
books.
Arctic Frost. I bet.
He had 2.
Which is probably how they did all that Tenet garbage.
Oh man, you think they have stuff on it? You think they could access the before show video too?
Oh,
you poking around?
Oh no, they might publish literally me speaking without a script exactly how I feel to everybody. I record 5 hours a day. I literally say, like, there's nothing left for me to say outside of everything I already say. Other than, like, you know who I really don't like? You know, I'm like, when the cameras are off, I'm like, that Alex Stein. Ooh, I'm kidding.
Taking our guests.
I was on the phone with Alex earlier before the show. Taking our guests. Bueno Malio says, Phil, no one expected a political commentator to be assassinated in public either. I think Trump's replay to the question was very concerning.
Yeah, that's what's big for me. I think it's not like when you mentioned Trump, like Trump's a politician. He's someone that people view as no longer as like this social media guy or like a guy that was on TV. Like they view him. It's like this is like a normal person who is engaged in politics outside of being in politics. And I think that's what changes for me. That's what changes the whole thing for everybody.
Yeah,
that's different.
Well, there's a lot of compounding factors.
Definitely.
His wife and children watched.
Totally. Yeah.
I do think for most people, because I've asked a lot of people about it, and I think what made them cry was the gruesome nature of his killing.
I think it was how spiritually heavy it was.
Yeah. Everyone saw the video, and you're not supposed to see those things as a human.
Yeah, man. I've told the story numerous times about a car accident I saw, and the dude's legs were mutilated, and I have a feeling that I've never been given a word for. Literally. And I'm sure, like, combat vets and people who have, you know, EMTs and first responders and all that, and cops know that feeling. But
my legs were mutilated in my car accident.
I don't know there's a word for it.
Horror.
Yeah.
That's not the word.
Yeah.
Not enough.
I saw a dead child in Africa, and the second time I've ever felt that feeling was when I saw Charlie. So
it's like I don't even know how to begin to describe it. It's like feeling. I would describe it as feeling fear, anger, and sadness balled up, hyper concentrated in your chest at the exact same time.
Yep.
And sadness.
Precisely.
I know. It's like, we don't got a word for it.
The Germans probably do. They have wild words.
Schadenfreude.
7 German words smashed together.
Armadeus says the messages released are only the ones that are relevant to establishing probable cause. The county attorney is not going to release 2 full days of messages when most are irrelevant to the case. Agreed. That's why transposition seems to make most sense. That and the ellipses as well. Because I'm sure there was stuff in there like, hey, take my burrito out of the freezer if you can. I'm going to put it in the fridge for me. You know, like,
Yeah.
Nobody needs to hear that. Nobody cares. All right. Let's see what we got. We'll grab some more chats. We got a few minutes. I see people are commenting here. What is this one? Kilogram Gaming says, one thing I've realized is when the next 10 to 15 years, the same people who think the political violence is okay will be able to run for the presidency. Our youth are watching the video in schools, and some teachers are encouraging it. I wish I had answers or ideas to help. I don't. It's sad. This is the idea that I've tried to
Yeah, I can't believe teachers are showing that video in school.
I was in a group chat with a lot of DC
They wouldn't even show the towers falling in my school when they happened.
The U.S. government would never allow a civil war. And I said, you don't understand, the issues that we're seeing will become the highest levels of government. And that's what's happening. These 20-year-old, like, it's 7 years ago. When I'm in my late 20s and this Gamergate is 12 years ago, I'm 27, and like Gamergate is starting or whatever. I'm in my 20s. I'm not running for office. I'm not involved, deeply entrenched in this stuff. I'm on the ground filming stuff in various countries doing whatever. The people who are involved in that culture war become hyperpolarized, but they're not in positions of power. 15 years later, AOC is in Congress. Not even 15, 10 years later. And now you have one of these partisans in government. And there's rumors.
Yeah, I think I might run for rep.
There's rumors she might run for president. And you have many of these prominent liberals who 15 years ago were just goofy liberals arguing on the internet. One of them is going to become president. And they believe, and it's going to be one of those people who are like, imagine what would happen if like Nick Fuentes was president, right? And I'm not saying, I'm just saying his position with the authority of government. There are a lot of things that he doesn't want that he would advocate for removal of, and they're more they're further right than the average person in this country. The left, similarly. Imagine if AOC was president.
I don't want to imagine.
She's going to advocate for things that regular.
I think she'll run in 2028 and get her butt kicked.
Sooner or later, one of these people is going to be president. Here's a question for you guys. Here's a question for Elad. The election is AOC versus Fuentes. Who do you vote for?
Oy vey. Now that we don't have Charlie,
they're both anti-Israel.
Now that we don't have Charlie Kirk to beat out Fuentes in the 2048 Republican primary, if it's between Fuentes and AOC,
so vote Nick, I guess.
I think he's late 20s.
In 20, something like that.
Yeah, he still got a decade before he can run. Well, let's just say it's 10, 15 years or whatever, and Nick Fuentes, what do you guys think? Who are you voting for?
Can I go back to my like abstaining as a journalist response? Like as a journalist, like I like to not participate.
I believe I'll vote for a third-party candidate. Go ahead, waste your vote.
Who are we getting as the libertarian candidate?
Dave Smith.
Oh,
yeah.
There's something to be
It's
said.
like the anti-Israel version of every party.
There is something to be said is like with the composition of Zoomers, you're going to get, if not those names by proxy, you will get those two ideological
I don't think
positions.
you'll ever get a libertarian that.
Oh, no.
You're not going to get a Dave Smith.
No, but
I'm saying Fuentes AOC. I mean,
Groiper or leftist.
Even if it's not Groiper, it's going to be in that neighborhood for sure. I mean, if you look at Instagram Reels,
Oh, I know, it's hilarious.
Yeah,
it's like Gen Z is just spam blasting Fuentes.
Yeah.
So I'm like, even if it's not like a Catholic, trad Catholic or whatever, it's going to be like on that degree of right wing.
It was funny. There was one of these reels, and it was me talking about a Fuentes reel, and it was like the funniest framing ever. It was like Tim Pool, who hates, in all caps, Nick, and refuses to debate him, even admits that Fuentes videos are going viral. Take a look at this clip or whatever. And I was like, I don't hate the guy. What? I don't refuse to debate. Like, what? It's just so weird how they frame these things.
Wait, so same question back to you, AOC or Nick Fuentes? Who are you picking?
Nick.
Yeah, Nick.
I guess Nick has to run.
Bro, it's not even a hard question, but I'll explain, because I'm just hoping the left grabs that and they say, Tim would vote for. Yeah, because AOC is psychotic. She's a liar. She's a grifter. And I never said either was good. But like an AOC presidency? Yeah, no. Not
No,
interested.
no, thank
Say
you.
goodbye to property rights.
Yeah, exactly. An overt commie?
Yep. Say goodbye to property rights, and as soon as if you don't have property rights, you don't have an economy. Your economy falls apart. People don't invest.
Not to mention, I think it's fair to say that while Nick has said things that are quite offensive and controversial, they've lied about the guy quite a bit too.
Yeah, he has.
And so my view largely is neither would be my first, fifth, or even 10th choice. But that's why I asked the question, because it's funny to ask.
If he wasn't so conspiratorial about Israel, like Israel's got a lot of influence and stuff, but if it wasn't like everything's the Jews, he'd be like, I could be like, well, you know,
Yeah.
he's got good.
Tired of everything is the
We
Jews.
gotta go to the uncensored portion of the show where we'll continue this conversation, which should get interesting. So smash that like button, share the show with everyone you know, subscribe,
They're on Rumble.
follow me on X.
Let's see. We'll go here. See if they're still talking uncensored. Rumble America. Yeah, they did. Okay, that's the same one. Exclusives. Is it just Timcast? Tim IRL.
Priced premiums and confusing. We're a week out. Expanded to Republican organizations. Some examples of will be devastating. This country would fall apart overnight. I think what we actually do is we assess the circumstances and adapt our strategies. We don't stop, we double down, but we don't just say, hey, I should continue my college event and go out and stand in the public in front of several hundred people with an event.
For sure. I mean,
Yeah,
if you look at Instagram Reels.
Oh, I know, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's like Gen Z is just spam blasting Fuentes.
Yeah. So I'm like, even if it's not like a, Catholic, trad cath or whatever, it's going to be like.
And I'll gross. Overt commie dimension gives you the bullets. YouTube put a little bit. Never done it.
Band is all that remains. You can follow.
A lot of
Instagram real tape. I've now completed the gauntlet. I've
at Tim Pool. Check it out. So I also have a video. I think we are in one channel on YouTube and Rumble, the uncensored portion of the show where we'll continue this conversation, which should get interesting. So smash that like button, share the show with everyone you know, subscribe, follow me on X and Instagram. More importantly, I got a new channel on YouTube and Rumble. It's at Tim Pool. I put up a video today commenting on the idea that the assassination of Kirk will lead to a civil war, which I argued I don't think we are in one, but Moon on YouTube, that's the channel name, made a really great mini doc breaking down where we currently are. It's a surface level. So I also have a video that's popping off. It's called Hyped now on YouTube. YouTube put a hype tag on it. And it's titled, It's Time to Bring Back Exorcisms. And that's at Tim Pool. Check it out.
For sure.
Rumble.com/TimCastIRL in a little bit. You want to shout anything out, Tate?
Yeah. I feel like I've now completed the gauntlet. I've sat in every chair at this table for
speed running every position. Phil?
I am Phil.
See you all at Rumble. This uncensored version of the show is a special caller. We're just jumping right into it. Excuse me, sir. Special guest. You're muted.
Oh, hi. Sorry. First time caller, long time listener.
So it's the Lectern guy, and we did get him on the show. He's calling in, and we were really worried about you, bro. We were like legit. Everyone here was like, not kidding. They were seriously concerned because on our schedule it says you're on the show, and then I asked my bookers, I was like, "You're like he's on the show?" And they're like, "Yeah, I got it right here." And I was like, "Okay." And then everyone's like, "I'm calling him, he won't answer." And we were like, "Oh God, it rained. Could you think he maybe like slipped and crashed or something?" And then Ian was watching Alex Stein's show, and you were sitting on the couch, and we were like, "Wait, what?"
Well, I got a hankering for some barbecue, so I flew out to Texas instead.
So, but you're coming back next month, huh?
That is correct. Yeah, the tickets are booked. I will be there for a couple of days. Looking forward to seeing you guys.
So tell me what's going on. You got a book out right now, and we're just talking a little bit about everything. So what's going on?
I got a book out. You're correct. It's called Taking a Stance. I was not allowed to sell this book for 5 years because of my federal plea deal, but because I am pardoned, I'm allowed to release the book. So it's officially for sale on unlicensed.furnishedrivers.com.
What's it about?
It's about me, my January 6th experience. It's not the things I talk about on podcasts. It's more of my personal story, what my family went through, the kind of the quiet moments that we had together talking about what our life would look like moving forward and going through it.
Cute. Alright. Mommy.
And I think it's going to be clear in this episode, we're not making this about anti-Semitism. We're actually making this about everyone else. This is an October 8th moment, where maybe on October 8th, you thought we were just talking about the October 7th tragedy. We're not. We're talking about the reaction to it. Yeah. And the same reaction to October 7th by people ripping down hostage posters and celebrating massacring people at a dance festival, like those are the same people dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave and celebrating Charlie Kirk, using political violence for ideas you don't like. These are the same people, the same animating ideologies.
Alright, we'll finish this one and then I'm getting off.
Welcome back to
Mommy's house.
All right. This felt like another urgent episode to do because in the wake of what happened to Charlie Kirk, I am already seeing what I anticipated happening, which is the framing of this tragedy as how do we tie this to Charlie's advocacy for Israel? How do we tie this to his pro-Israel views and his questions on Israel more recently? And in the form of Tim Dillon having this podcast. And it was we're fans of Tim Dillon. We've been since the beginning of the podcast. But for his instinct after the assassination of Charlie Kirk to say, let me have on Max Blumenthal to discuss it. One of the most prominent anti-Zionist writers from the Gray Zone or whatever his thing, I think it's Gray Zone, where even though there's no evidence that this is about Israel, let's assume it is and go there. That just tells you so much about the state of affairs and the pathology that has seeped into the culture that whatever the politics of the shooter is, which we can talk about, or the presumptions as such, there's just this fertile ground to turn it into this.
So backing up for a second, just to catch up, Charlie Kirk was assassinated, less than a week ago?
Mm-hmm.
Saturday night, Tim Dillon came out with an episode, I think within 24 hours, it had 1 million views.
Did you get the feeling that he was only afraid of reputational damage or, losing money, or did his fears extend to his life?
Well, that's what Harrison Smith, who is a personality at InfoWars, the pro-Trump outlet, has said. Almost a month before Charlie Kirk was killed, he said Charlie Kirk fears that Israel will kill him if he continues ahead, providing space in the largest conservative youth organization in American history for Israel critics and even anti-Zionists. I can't see any hard material evidence that Israel had him killed, but there's this fear when you go against the Israel lobby and you're that powerful. And it's a fear that I've been told Donald Trump shares. I've been told that by
that was my next question.
Several Trump insiders.
Does the President of the United States fear for his life?
Yes, I mean, obviously he fears for his life, and I was told that he feared for his life before the 2 assassination attempts, one coming within 1 millimeter of striking his head. I mean, let's not forget about that.
But I mean, just to clarify, he doesn't fear for his life because of Ireland.
I mean, I've been told, yes, that Israel is a major source of concern for Trump. I mean, think about it. What would happen
this
if
is
the
our
president
ally.
just
Here's what he said. They're presenting the argument that there's no reason to think Mossad killed Charlie Kirk, but there is reason to think that there was a lot of pressure from Israel on Charlie Kirk in the weeks before his death, and perhaps that pressure is now extended to President Trump. And he says there's no hard evidence of it. This is all conjecture.
It's a joke.
You would think it might be met with like a shrug, but it's hugely popular. Tim Dillon usually doesn't get 1 million views. I track this up pretty closely. It's usually like 250K, 400K.
And the narrative is popular, you're saying?
Yeah. The narrative is very popular to immediately say, in my view,
It was the Jews.
in the first 48 hours after Charlie Kirk's death, the only consensus was we have some real problems in this country. There are some real foundational issues right now that both left and right have to come to some kind of solution around because this is scary.
Yes.
That went straight from that to unless this was just the Mossad and we don't have any problems.
I hear the
And I
rain.
think it's going to be clear in this episode. We're not
Pouring
making this about
outside.
anti-Semitism. We're actually making this about everyone else. We're making this about the West and the civilizational things we want to preserve.
Right.
That's the whole point. When I made this video after this, and I said, this is an October 8th moment, where maybe on October 8th, you thought we were just talking about the October 7th tragedy. We're not. We're talking about the reaction to it. And the same reaction to October 7th by people ripping down hostage posters and celebrating massacring people at a dance festival, like those are the same people dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave and celebrating Charlie Kirk, using political violence for ideas you don't like. These are the same people and the same animating ideology. So I want to talk about that binary left and right.
Forget who they're blaming it on. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter if they blamed it on the Jews or like the Irish. The
scapegoating.
fact is they're scapegoating something instead of taking a look in the mirror and saying, what solutions we need to come to in this country.
Right. And I mean, Jews are often
Yeah.
a scapegoat, but like using them aside, any kind of thing that can say it's not on us to fix, there's no problem here, it's some foreign actor, and you could say whatever motivates
No,
that.
they
It shows
need
you
to
how far the
fix.
pathology
The
goes back.
left
But
needs
I
to
wanna focus
fix
on
their
one thing you said,
rhetoric.
and then we'll go on to
For
the next
sure.
part, which is pressure. They talk about this word pressure, and I find it so interesting that whenever people these days now are trying to cover the pro-Israel side and critique it, it's always framed as pressure. Israel, people who speak out on behalf of Israel are pressuring conservatives, are pressuring people. But when they have disagreements, when Tim Dillon has something to say, or Candace Owens, or any of these other people, that's disagreement, that's dissent, that's fighting for the truth. They're trying to find the truth. It's never pressure when they do it.
So specifically with Turning Point,
Yeah.
the Israeli billionaires were pressuring Charlie Kirk, but his movement itself, their movement against Israel was organic and natural, and they're seeing the truth now.
Yes,
and-
waking up, noticing.
Right.
It is such an important thing because this is all about framing. And ask yourselves, everyone, ask yourself, what is more likely that Charlie Kirk, who before all this is a Zionist, outspokenly pro-Israel and conservative, and has a lot of donors and people that supported him that are in line with his agenda, where's the pressure coming from in his movement that now all of a sudden has this ascendant, woke right, anti-Israel, anti-Semitic bent to it that's fomenting this suspicion and conspiracy, irrationally so? Where's the pressure coming from? Who's actually putting pressure on him? I want to just be clear.
The left.
I can agree to the fact that he's got a lot of donors and he's got a lot of Jewish donors that support what he's doing, but they don't. It's not that they have an agenda that they're demanding Charlie Kirk follow. Charlie Kirk had an agenda that they believed in, and they use funding because they don't have podcasts and they don't have a public voice or an audience to support an agenda they support, a conservative agenda, a family values agenda, and yes, a pro-Israel agenda that Charlie, his entire career, was in line with. So if you want to talk about pressure, if you want to talk about conspiracy and who's pressuring him, it's that side that was pressuring him to try to go into darker corners and dark places and nefarious places. It's not the people who've been in line with him since the very beginning. And so that has to be said, just to clarify. Ask yourself honestly, the people who've agreed with him all along on everything, who were the people drifting and trying to drag a movement that I think has a lot of positive things to it in terms of, I mean, I'm in a lot of ways conservative and family values oriented and trying to save the West. Who's trying to demoralize the West? I would say it's the Tuckers and the Candaces and the people in the dark corners of the world that are pulling you in a bad direction.
And specifically to address what Max Blumenthal was saying, like in the allegation that the story he's crafting basically is the Mossad built up Charlie Kirk. He didn't do it on his own.
This is the narrative.
This is the narrative.
Yeah.
And then because like they weren't sure where he might go in the future, they got rid of him.
Oh my God.
Like, so I'm saying, so that's the story. Like, if you are the Mossad, like now what's your plan? like the one guy that like you were able to meet with and like maybe talk to. Like now he's gone, and now where's the movement without him? Like what's your next move? It doesn't make any. Even if you buy into this intelligence conspiracy, it still doesn't make any sense to me.
If you follow their logic, and they said it about Trump too. Does Trump fear for his life about Israel? Is Israel pressuring? I'm like, look, you mean to tell me, even if let's say I'll go there with you for a second. Let's play this game. You mean to tell me that the two people, one in politics and one in activism, who stood against the things in their movement that were going astray on Israel. They were the forces that were like holding the line in terms of being able to try to confront some of the forces and elements in their movement that were either anti-Semitic or anti-Israel, anti-Zionist, turning on Israel. They were the people standing against that. Trump has been the most pro-Israel candidate arguably in history, and he is Zionist and supports Israel. So why would he fear for his life on Israel? Like you mean to us? Why wouldn't they take out Obama then, or other people that were, I think policy-wise damaging to Israel, giving Palestinian Authority millions of dollars, the Iran deal? If they had the power then, you don't think they would have done it then? This is even on their own rationale makes zero sense in terms of incentive structure. I don't even like to go there because it's so ugly and baseless. But if we're gonna go there, it falls on its face in any scenario you play.
I really,
it's ridiculous.
I love Tim Dillon. He's one of my favorite podcasters and comedians because he does understand the role that intelligence plays, and he does confront it and say like, we all know they're here, we all know they really exist. So when something happens, why can't it actually be attributed to intelligence? Meaning, we know the CIA assassinated people and installed governments. Like,
Right.
we know that happened.
Okay.
But then when you explain something and you say it was probably the CIA, everyone's like, no, that's impossible. But we do know it exists. Like we.
What's your point there?
My point is that for someone as sharp as Tim, this seemed like a really lazy, dumb argument to entertain on your podcast the week after Charlie Kirk died.
Yeah, and it's very low resolution
really
because you've
lazy.
even said there's no evidence, there's nothing. But I'm going to go here.
Yeah.
And I don't do this with other intelligence
conspiracy
agencies. I don't do
theorist.
this with. I don't assume MI6 or CIA.
Right.
I don't say, well, let's look at MI6. You know, the James Bond. Watch this game. You know, Michael, I realized something. Okay, James Bond movies for years turned American audiences in favor of the MI6. They had these gorgeous guys. Everybody wanted to bang these people. Men wanted to be these people.
It was propaganda.
I wanted to be inside these people. Okay? And for years and years, decades after decades, we turned the American people in favor of the MI6. Now, why would they want to do that? Why would the MI6 want people in favor of them? Maybe so they can continue their covert operations behind the scenes, okay? For a show.
But if by the way, if you had lost the colonies in a Revolutionary War, wouldn't you want them back at some point?
If you think about the humiliation the UK experienced, they never got it back. And I think I want those colonies back. I want them back.
And let's talk about tea for a second. You know how much money people are making on tea? Don't you think?
I like coffee, but I'll take tea. I'll take tea.
If there's that much money in tea and taxes, you're gonna want it back somehow.
So what you're saying is it isn't Ireland that wants the United States back. Maybe Northern, maybe the part of Ireland's part of the UK. It isn't other countries. If I was the leader, they were humiliated during Iraq. Tony Blair was humiliated. And they lost public opinion, and they're losing themselves. The UK is losing itself from immigration. I would make a series of movies using cinematic propaganda to turn America in favor of the UK and its heroes like James Bond, who might be a real person, might not. We don't know. we love James Bond. We turn American audiences in favor of us so that we can conduct assassination experiments and turn America inside itself so that we can reclaim power. We know the UK wants power. Right. We could play this game all day, and everything I said is totally nonsensical, but it's a nice little story, and it's very cinematic. So I'm going to take the arguments on, but I could spin this game, and the level of depth I go to is not really deep. That's the whole thing. Under the guise of, I'm showing you the truth, I think you're actually playing into a propaganda game that's been happening to you.
Right. So the next conversation is that everybody is susceptible to Israeli propaganda, but nobody is susceptible to like Qatari propaganda or Hamas propaganda. I even heard Crystal Ball say on Breaking Points, so somebody brought up this idea that there was Hamas propaganda and they laughed it off. They're like, yeah. They just say like Hamas is some kind of like propaganda machine. Like as if that's not something they even involve themselves with. Why would they?
Yes.
Why would they have to?
Yes.
It's so...
Where's the suspicion on that? The Iranian bot farms, the Bangladeshi bot farms that are amplifying posts and causing a lot of all this stuff.
And they're so sharp. These people understand propaganda.
Yeah.
They just don't understand it when it comes from anyone other than the Israelis. It's so odd to me.
Yeah, I find it a
really is.
massive blind spot. The other thing I want to discuss is that in trying to assess the aftermath of this and the dividing lines, right? I am sympathetic to the view that it's unfair to both sides, this kind of thing. It's just not true. Batya Sargon, I don't know what her full last name.
Ungar Sargon?
Yeah, Ungar Sargon said, like, I will call for cooler heads to prevail, but I will not call to stop telling the truth. So there's immediately this instinct, because I identify the motives of the shooter and where he came from, which movement, because we want to pin it on a movement. And part of me sympathizes with that, because you see the far left, and all you have to do is look at the reactions to something like this. It verifies what we're saying. The far left, the Marxist bent, is all about no individual rights. It's all about movements, bourgeoisie versus proletariat. We are for political violence for people who disagree with us. We are for ruling these people. They want power, and they're willing to use political violence to get it. And they celebrate the brutal murder of an innocent, good person who may disagree with them politically, but they celebrate it. So that tells you something. And what's written on the things,
it really does tell
you
you
could say that
something
there's a jump to conclusion.
how evil they are, how possessed.
They wanted him to be dating a trans person, and all of these things. It's part of this movement. And I identify that threat. At the same time, if we're just talking about rhetoric and we limit it to rhetoric, hyperbole does apply to both sides. We all use kind of language. When I talk about Bernie Sanders, I'll use hyperbole, and that's, I'm okay with that in a sense. I do think there's been a disproportionate amount coming from the left to the right. Maybe I have a confirmation bias there with the way they talk about Trump and dehumanize Trump and dehumanize their opponents politically. And Trump will say, she's a fascist, Kamala's a fascist, totally. Like, the hyperbole and getting people worked up is one thing. That's still in the realm of speech. It's who's taking more actions of violence. I think that disproportionately does come from the left.
Right now.
Yes. But I will say this. I think the dividing line isn't a left versus right thing as much as it's an us versus them thing. And who's on the us side and who's on the them side? Pro-civilization, pro-free speech and dialogue and working out contentious ideas, even for people you disagree with, and people who can't. Right. And the incompatibility is, do you resort to violence in the face of speech? Do you call speech violence and conflate it and meet it with violence? Or do you only meet violence with violence? Like, the only time you use it is to defend yourself, and that's the only time it's appropriate. And that's where the line really is, because there's people I've passionately disagreed with.
I think you draw the line, though,
that I'm not going to wish physical harm
with
to.
Speech.
And I think that's really where we need to divide that line.
And this was illustrated by the fact
Not causing physical harm, yeah.
the assassin, you could have gone in any direction with who it was. Was it someone on the far left? I could see that. Was it someone on the really far right, like who was maybe unhappy about Charlie Kirk's
too Jewish, too pro-Jewish.
Exactly.
Not hateful enough.
Was it a jihadist? Like it could be anyone at this point.
What does that tell you?
Which just illustrates the fact that it's not about people, it's about these ideas. It's almost like this virus has infected all sides, and anyone at this point can be infected.
The pathology is everywhere now. The fact that it could have been these various movements that caused violence means that violence now exists in a couple of several dark pockets. We need to be honest about where those are. It's not everyone's equally bad, everyone's equally good. They try to do this. Hamas attacks Israel. Well, there's a conflict and all this kind of stuff. There's an attempt to want everyone to be equal and guilty, and therefore no one's guilty. Yeah. You don't have to solve the problem. But I think if we want to effectively identify those pockets you're talking about, we have to draw those kind of binaries.
And Barry Weiss, I think, said it really well, where she said the center has to really step up, and not in a blah way. Like, I just want everyone to be okay, and I don't want to pay attention to the news, but in a very passionate way.
Radical
way.
Yeah,
here are our values. Here's what we believe in. Here are the fundamental virtues of our country, and we need to radically and very vocally be promoting them and arguing about them and talking about them really loudly.
I think it's that.
Good
I think
point.
that calling it the center might be a strategic flaw, because the center implies neutrality. I don't take a side. She is taking a side, and I'm echoing Barry's sentiment there. It's a side that is principled, that is dedicated to a free society that's tolerant, unless we are met with violence. We don't tolerate violence. So self-defense is a part of that. It's a civilizational divide.
Yeah, you're allowed to self-defend, especially when people are coming after you for your speech.
Because they vanilla, center. You don't take a position. You're just neutral. Center doesn't mean neutral. What she's talking about is that whether you're left, right, or center, we all agree that we're talking. Whether it's people I mean, in the Israel conversation, and it gets gray when someone's advocating using speech for violence or apologizing and making excuses. Like these kids on college campus are not hurting anybody by talking, but it's a culture of that's very disturbing to witness. And I think that's what she's saying.
What
right?
would you call it if not the center? Any ideas?
No, because it's a coalition of multiple views that all agree on basic principles. I don't know what you call it. You call it pro-West, pro-civilization. That doesn't exist in
but it doesn't fully exist here.
The pro-West means there is a spectrum that we tolerate, and the only thing we don't tolerate is intolerance or violence in that sense.
I think it's also pro-solution
Yeah.
versus more fighting.
Pro-destruction.
Pro-building as opposed to pro-destruction.
Right.
We want to figure this out rather than solely watch our own demise on TV.
And if you think about, and then you can draw the proper parallels. Woke right, demoralization, doubting that the country's good, saying that Trump is compromised. All of these things have an effect on your audience to not believe in their country. And the same way on the far left, patriarchy and our institutions are disgusting and corrupt and misogynistic and racist. I don't believe in preserving any of that. And so both sides don't want to preserve what's good about the country. They want to destroy it. Those are the proper parallels.
Preservationists.
And who wants to build? Who wants to preserve?
Conservationists.
Who wants? Well, that's a conservative.
I know.
But who wants to preserve a certain set of principles and that have a political spectrum, that have disagreements in it, and the ability to do that? Like that tense area of free speech where it's really stress tested, and it has been over the past 2 years. I'm like, where we? At the end of the day, most of the people involved in this fight for a while are
But there's subtle calls for violence,
Dave Smith
and
Josh Hammer on
it's
Charlie
sickening.
Kirk's show, or Tucker Carlson even being there. And I can object to Tucker Carlson being there, but I'm saying it. I'm not violently preventing anybody from talking. Or I can say we don't associate. Freedom of association is a part of free speech too. And I think the confusion of all of that has caused this Tower of Babel situation where people don't know where the divide is. And I'm trying to illustrate that in this conversation with you.
So, I mean, I think the next topic we need to discuss, and probably the last one, is how it seems like October 7th and Charlie Kirk's assassination has somehow conflated with each other. Like what?
Well, there's a tie-in.
It
There
seems
is a
like
tie-in.
there's something has met in the middle between what the Jews have been screaming about for almost 2 years, and what now you can see. People like Dave Smith coming online to post Charlie Kirk's assassination, watching all the celebrations. There seems to be some sort of meeting of the minds.
Yes, I would say it's not about October 7th or Charlie Kirk's assassination that are necessarily related. It's the reactions to it is where the thread is. And I think people confused and wrote off the Jewish concerns and Zionist concerns after October 7th with, oh, that's like a regional issue and that's your issue. In one respect, it was because it was an attack on Israelis and Jews. What does that have to do with America? What does that have to do with the West? That's your thing. I'm not going to get involved. But what we were also screaming at the same time, what we were screaming from the rooftops about was October 8th. And we were brushed off as being paranoid. And we're like, it's not anti-Semitism, simply anti-Semitism or just anti-Semitism. It's the indicator of what this means.
Yeah.
The people celebrating on October 8th are marching in the streets, celebrating a massacre of good people, innocent people, and they're celebrating it, ripping down hostage posters. They are dehumanizing a sector of society for their own virtue and power and their own sense of self-aggrandizement. They're going to dehumanize them. That dehumanizing element, if you permit it, whether you have any connection to Israel or not, if you care about Western civilization, we cannot permit that. We have to all unite around calling that out, whatever your connection to Israel is. And maybe the mistake on our messaging is we tried to make it all about that and saying, well, you should feel bad for our community. And you should, because it was a terrible thing. But it's not about us. It's about all of us. Right. That was my message. I was trying to put that out, that this October 8th moment is the same thing as the September 11th moment. And I say September 11th in the sense of what happened after Charlie Kirk. After September 11th on September 12th, you did not see people celebrating in the street in America saying, yay, you didn't see that. But we see it now. Yeah. And I think it just shows how dark things have become where people are celebrating this. And it's here. These people are amongst us. They celebrate political violence against their opponents.
I think Jews for 2,000 years plus have really honed their self-preservation skills. And we have holidays that help us transmit those messages through the generations. We have traditions. We have rituals. And we all have an instinct of like when our safety is in jeopardy. And usually that comes when the societies around us begin to go into decline.
Mm-hmm.
And whether we can articulate that or
Yeah,
express
there are a lot of societies in decline. You can see it in Europe. You can see it in the States.
Something is very wrong in America.
Different states have different
and we
declining
feel it, and we want to let you know about it too.
slopes.
Perhaps we should have packaged it like that, not as
Like California, New York, they're declining quicker.
And I think more and more people now.
And then if they elect this Mamdani guy, it's just going to decline so much
Parallels are so
faster.
ominous and so real. You're seeing people posting, "Hey, I lost 30,000 followers because I supported Charlie Kirk and spoke out in behalf of him and his family." Just like we lost thousands of followers for speaking out about Israel. Different issue, but the same reaction and the same demonic evil force, real evil force that's showing itself in the West. And we were told we're being paranoid Jews, whatever, it's a few crazies. And I even saw like Dave Smith at the time saying, look, don't rip down the Hasidic posters. It's not practical. It doesn't help the movement. But I think I saw a moment with him where he recognized this darkness that's leading a lot of people, left and far right, into this place.
The fight against anti-Semitism is the fight for the West.
Mhm.
The fight for Israel is the fight for the West. And I think we need to extend our mission past Israel.
We've always
and
said
past
that
the Jews.
nobody took it seriously, and I think they are starting to realize that what this is. Those people, if you go to Washington Square Park today, and if you go to NYU, if you go to random campuses and you ask about Israel or whatever, even on October 8th, if you asked them, they would have supported it. If you asked about what happened to Charlie Kirk, they supported it. And it's so eerie and chilling, and that's where the dividing line is. Are you pro-civilization or are you anti-civilization? I think it's low resolution, even though there's truth to say it's left versus right, it's far left versus right, but there's also elements on the far right that agree with the far left. So that's where I think the dividing line needs to be focused on, and the emphasis needs to be focused on, so that you could create coalitions that have the same core principles.
And just to be clear, we're not saying someone has to be pro Charlie Kirk's ideas. The idea is to be pro not killing Charlie Kirk.
Yes, pro his right to say them.
Yes, I mean something I said to you the other day.
Right
is
to
like,
talk,
let's
right
just
to have
say
civil
you think Charlie Kirk
discourse.
is a Nazi.
Yeah.
You think he's a real Nazi. Do you know what Israel did when they captured real Nazis who ran concentration camps? They put them on trial and they executed them.
Right.
Like
even as far as to go there.
If you think Charlie Kirk's a Nazi, then let's put him on trial and give him a
It's
fair
not only
trial.
that, like if all it takes to frame somebody like that is to call him that, then someone's going to call you that and kill you.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
if you care
The
about your
killing
own
doesn't stop at
self-preservation,
him.
don't start to push the Overton window to a point where the society says, if you disagree with me, I can smear you and mischaracterize your views and then kill you for it.
Right.
That's what these people. My point is, even if he's the things you say he is, you fight for his right to say them, and he isn't. I mean, the thing is, like, I just think it needs to be said. Like, it needs to be said, because one of the things this points to is the inversion, the truth and anti-truth. This isn't just about, like, you said something interesting to me the other day, that sometimes people believe a narrative because it's so false that it looks true.
Right.
Talk about that for a second.
Something can be so perfectly false that you can mistake it for the truth.
Go on. Say better.
I mean, like in the example I brought in is like a Torah. I mean, we're getting so easier, but a Torah can be written in Hebrew and Greek. Why? Like Greece is such a perfect inversion of Torah principles that you have
ancient Greece, not now.
Yeah, ancient Greece, right? Ancient Greece, that you have to almost give it its due. Like you have so perfectly found the wrong way to do this that we have to pay attention to it. And so, and then you responded with Jordan Peterson's idea that the opposite of truth
It's not lie.
false.
It's not a lie. It's anti-truth.
Right. Something so perfectly constructed to convey the opposite of what's true.
He was correct. Yeah, no, it's like there's a difference between something that's just not true and something that's anti-true. Even in the trans debate, a man is a man, a woman is a woman. A woman can be a man. Like anti-truth, when you allow anti-truth into your society, that's when it can be compelling. People, it's so perverse, it's so inverted. And I think the conversation around Charlie, what was Charlie fundamentally trying to do? A Christian man with a wife,
He was
and
trying to
children,
talk,
telling people what?
telling
Advocating
people good news.
to get married, have children, raise a family, have a job, be productive members of society. Values that to me are universally, be God-fearing, universally good. And in that goodness, they hated him for it. The elements that want to take him down, I think, are the antithesis of good. And among the realm of things he might say, and people can disagree with me on the politics of it and the political expressions of that, you know, but Charlie argued for your right to say them too. In other words, he argued for the right for him to make his point of view and for you to make yours. And if you support killing him for his point of view, then you're supporting killing yourself for your point of view. That's the truth. You are supporting a society
Which
that
the
will kill you
shooter
for yours
seemed
because if violence is
to
the
is
proper
on
response
suicide
to
watch, so he
you
seems
support
to
that.
be willing
You're
to
on the
kill
side of
himself over his
anti-civilization,
point of
and
view.
that's a world you wouldn't want to live in either. They just don't realize it yet.
Evil,
They're
very
setting themselves
evil.
up to say, "Well, I should be killed for my too." It's fair game, and then it becomes a power struggle. Might is right, and you're setting yourself up for an authoritarian, tyrannical society. And that's frightening that they're unwittingly even knowing that. It's just like, and it's just pure darkness, pure evil. It's anti-truth. So, anyway, we're reacting to the reaction. It seems already too soon. It hasn't even been a week, and you're just seeing this pour out, and the fertile grounds that have been made on the far left and far right for some of these things. And it's so apparent and making it shown.
I think this is the kind of thing we can't talk enough about. I got messages over the weekend of people being like, I don't understand this, but I'm legitimately depressed, and I wasn't even such a huge fan. I think people instinctually understand something prolific has happened, and it's more about
profound. You mean?
Sorry, profound, not prolific. Yeah, profound has happened, profoundly disturbing.
A shift, yeah.
And it's the kind of thing that we really can't talk enough about. And when we stop talking about it, I think it's actually more disturbing than when we keep talking about it.
I completely agree. This moment is chilling on every level, from the most personal to his world and the people in his life, and all the personal tragedy of that. And in the same way, he had a profound effect on the culture. That's why the ripple effect of this kind of tragedy happening to him in this way has this effect, this sort of wake up. And I'm hoping people can see it the way we're illustrating of where the line is. It's not a, let's see if we can double down on Israel conspiracy, Jew conspiracy, who's behind. Let's get behind who's pro-civilization, Jew and Gentile alike, and who is not, Jew and Gentile alike. Those are where the enemies are, and that's who we need to fight. And that's what I hope happens in terms of the coalitions that form here, that we can wake up and cooler heads prevail to see that this is a civilizational battle, and it's not because I'm a paranoid Jew. It's that we've been sounding the alarm that this is where this was headed, and here we are. So let's keep up the good fight in speaking out and making those lines, I think, clear. We haven't done one of these in a while. Anyway.
We haven't done a live one of these in a very long time. This is nice.
So thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll keep trying to cover this and make sense of all this.
Yeah.
And we'll dedicate this one also to Charlie Kirk and his family and his memory.
Okay, I think that's it for me tonight. I'm getting too tired. All right, everybody. Well, thank you for tuning in. God bless. And I'll hopefully catch you guys tomorrow. We'll see how I'm doing. Got beat up today a bit, so body's not handling it very well, unfortunately. All right, love y'all. Thanks, and God bless.